Good evening and welcome to the public hearing for the Board of Mayor and Aldermen. It is September 5th, 2023. It is 6:30 p.m. Call this public hearing to order. First order of business is Ordinance 2023-21, an ordinance to amend the City of LaVergne zoning ordinance by changing the official zoning map for tax map 14, parcel 72, consisting of approximately 9.33 acres, located at 31 Lillian Buchanan Drive, from C2 Highway Service Commercial Zoning District to an R3 High Density Residential Zoning District. At this point, the podium is open, and if anyone would like to come forward and speak on this item, you can. Just need to state your name and address for the record. And again, the podium is open if anyone would like to speak on this rezoning. Seeing none, we'll close out the public hearing and reconvene at 7 o'clock. Good evening and welcome to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen. It is September 5th, 2023, and it is 7 p.m. Call this meeting to order. We do have a quorum. The prayer tonight will be with Alderwoman Hobbs, and I will have the Pledge of Allegiance. If everyone would please rise for the prayer and the pledge.
Dear Heavenly Father, I pray for our leadership. May we all serve with our hearts towards you. I pray for protection over our city and care for our first responders. Please bring peace and unity to our community and bring your blessing and favor to all of us. Amen.
Amen. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Moving on to our order of business. First is to approve the minutes from the August 1st, 2023 regular meeting and August 22nd, 2023 special meeting. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Alderman Waldron?
No.
Alderwoman Hobbs?
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas?
Aye.
Vice Mayor No?
Aye.
Motion passes. Moving on to the public comment period. And we've got several people signed up today. So each person will have 3 minutes at the podium. We do ask that you state your name and address for the record. First we have Deborah Roan.
Good evening, Mayor Cole and members of the board. My name is Deborah Roan, and I am a member of the LaVergne Senior Center, and there's quite a few representations here tonight. We wanted to present the board and the city with a document, and the document is as follows. It says, it's to Bruce Richardson, City Administrator, and Mayor Jason Cole. Dear Mayor Cole and other persons of interest, we do not ask why the resignation of Melissa Cooper and Linda Tomlin. We ask for the expeditious rehire, reinstatement of Melissa Cooper and Linda Tomlin to their positions at the LaVergne Senior Center. And this document, we have multiple signatures from the members. And I wanted to just speak from my heart to let you guys know how important the Senior Center is to all of our members. Also, since I have been there, I know how caring Melissa and Linda have been to all of us. They have embraced us as family members. A lot of us would not even have a place to come to if it were not for them. So we wanted to just let you all know how much we love and appreciate. We don't know all the ins and outs or anything that's going on. We're just saying that we definitely support them because they have supported us and have been nothing but good to each and every one of us.
Well, I am Juanita Leonard, and I have been a member for the senior citizens there for 22, or going on 25 years. And I have never had, I have been through 4 different people that have run it. Nobody has run it like Linda and Melissa have. They are in every way, food, fashion, friends, bowed up to help people. And as far as that matter, where are we going to go if the senior citizens is closed? Where are the seniors going? Where is our building going? What are we going to do? Because if it hadn't been for the senior citizen, I wouldn't be here today. I'm 90 years old. And I don't think I would be here because, I mean, it's just changed my life always completely. So therefore, I just say that we need our building and we need our people.
Thank you, ladies.
All right, thank you.
Next up, I have, thank you. I have Leah Kissendanner. Miss Leah? I didn't know her last name. Miss Leah.
Gasson down.
Gasson. Okay.
She must have snuck in. I didn't see her.
Yeah, or something.
And you can talk. My name, hello everybody. My name is Leah Gissendanner. I live at 253 Bill Stewart Boulevard in LaVergne here. And when I heard what was going on, I had to come, I had to speak up for Miss Melissa and Miss Linda both. They've been like my parents. They took care of me, and they take care of each one of us down at the center as if we are their own. And I had to come and speak up because I've been there down at the center almost 12 years. And where else would I go? I would stay home, stay by myself. No, this way I could talk to my mom and my sisters and brothers, and I am happy because I have a family, an extended family. a family I would not have if I didn't belong to the senior center. And I just thank God for my family. I thank God for Miss Melissa and Miss Linda, for they're just like my family. They take care of me, and I appreciate it. And we can't go without, we need them. So please, think about it first, what you're doing before you do it.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name is Jenny Terrell, and I live at 506 Rutherford Point Circle. I'm on the back sheet, but I want to say I have come from Memphis, Tennessee to live here, and I came in 2011, and I love the senior center. My doctor said I need to find a place that would give me peace and help me over my stroke. I have been striving with that center, and because of Linda and Miss Melissa, we have fun. And they make sure that we are taken care of. If somebody is sick, they gonna find out what's going on, why, and if we need help, they're there for us. I don't know what happened, but I don't care. We need Miss Melissa and Linda back.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, ladies. Next, we have Jean Harris.
My name is Jean Harris. I'm from the LaVergne Senior Citizen. I've been going down there for approximately 10 years now. I've been through 2 different people that ran the center, and I can unequivocally say that Melissa and Linda have ran it a whole lot better than what we've had before. They're more professional. They care. They take good care of us. There's love and friendship down there. And why they have been almost forced to sign their resignation and taking their vacation away from them, that was a real slick move, you know, where they couldn't take their vacation together. That was slick because that forced them into giving their resignation, and that wasn't right. It was, they were hired in, that was an understanding that they took their vacation together. And we love Melissa and Linda, and we want this fixed. I don't know what the purpose is. Don't care. This is not right. This was a bulldog move. I don't know what else you'd call it or something. It just wasn't right. And I understand Mr. Richardson is the one that's in charge of the hiring and firing. So I don't know if this was his decision or not, but you've made a mistake. This was totally unnecessary. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Elaine Frey. Fry?
Mayor Cole, could we have them state their address as well?
Please. If you would please state your name and address.
Yes, my name is Elaine Fry. I'm from the LaVergne Senior Center. And this is just a little poem I wrote and stuff, and I just want to thank the board for having me here.
Would you state your address as well, please?
The LaVergne Senior Center, I'm a member of the LaVergne Senior Center. I live here in LaVergne at 121 Mason Circle.
Thank you.
Thank you. LaVergne Senior Center. I used to sit at home with nothing to do. Now I'm at LaVergne Senior Center with you. Day in and day out, it all amount. When it comes to LaVergne Senior Center, you keep coming out. If you have something you want to do, come to LaVergne Senior Center. The step will make your family too. We all play games and eat a lot. Come join us in our favorite spot. LaVergne Senior Center has a blessing in our life. We all come daily and never think twice. The more we come, the more we have fun. This is part of our life. LaVergne Senior Center is the place to come. The staff here will let you have fun. They play by the rules. You can't make them a fool, so that's why they keep everyone cool. There is nothing else I need to say, but thank you, LaVergne Senior Centers, that made our day. This was wrote by me, and this is how I feel about the LaVergne Senior Center.
Thank you. We can calm down. Thank you. Next, we have Sally Parker.
Hi, my name is Sally Parker. I live at 117 Stone Ridge Parkway here in LaVergne, Tennessee. And I am very new to the center, but I worked in the medical field, and I have experience in 3 different states with senior centers and senior day care centers. I had my mom for the last 20 years of her life, and 2 of those states, she went to the senior centers. I'm now very new, like I said, to this one. She's no longer with us. But I have to say that I cannot state unequivocally that it extended her life. I can't say that. But I have to tell you that her quality of life was absolutely improved immeasurably by being able to go to those daycare and senior centers, to be able to have interaction with people her own age, the same situations, the same problems, and just everyone needs to be able to express themselves where somebody knows what you're talking about. And she found that at every one of those. And I have to say, you find out really quickly, because I do have experience in the medical field, the people that care and the people really who could give a rip about what is going on or what you think or what you care about. And those 2 ladies, Melissa and Linda, absolutely are in the category of caring beyond anything that was required of them. So my thought is, even with my limited experience here, that this place needs to continue, and those 2 ladies, I say, are irreplaceable. I know you're not supposed to say that, everybody is, but I think they're irreplaceable. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, we have Miss Catherine Green.
Good evening, Mayor Cole, Alderman. Friday, I came home from
Ms. Green, will you state your name and your address for us, please?
Okay, Catherine Green, Kathy. My address is Smyrna, but I am a member of the LaVergne Senior Center and have been for 15 years. I came home from the hospital Friday and found out through a resignation letter that they were leaving. I lost it until I got to see them today. And what is going on is ridiculous. Somebody comes in and causes trouble. Do you believe the people that have been working for you and showing good faith, or someone off the street, basically less than 9 months? Also, we are with GNRC #1 in the state of Tennessee for all senior centers. And you're going to take that away from us? That is due to the hard work and loyalty of Melissa and Linda. We need to keep them with us. If you want to change things around, fine. If you don't want us part of the city, fine. But let us do our thing and let us have our people that take good care of us and love us. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, we have Terry Waldron.
Thank you, Alderman Mayor Coe. I'm here to discuss a matter about codes.
Name and address, please.
117 Center Street. Codes has been called on this house, I heard daily. I think by a member of the board. And I want to know if LaVergne on a good old boy system, how come, may I approach?
Officer Joyner?
Will you hand,
can-
will you hand that to the mayor? I want to know how come the taxpayer citizens of LaVergne have to abide by codes, and one of your members up here can live in a house like that. Grass above the fence, boxes, that's a hazard. And I want to know what type of good old boy system y'all are running. Taxpayer citizens have to abide by codes, but one of y'all get away with that. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you. Now moving on to departmental reports. Police Department, Interim Chief Hatcher.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman. Hopefully you had a chance to read the report. The only thing of major concern for me is the 100% increase on our motor vehicle thefts from 5 last year at this time to 10 this year. We have projects in place, and we've done several different public service announcements and things, and also working with Metro Nashville because of the motor vehicle theft ring that they have going on with the Challengers and the Chargers to try and curb some of this. The ALPRs are picking up continually vehicles coming in from Metro Nashville that are stolen. So we're trying to do what we can. Outside of that, everything is pretty much almost even. A few things are down, traffic stops and citations, and we've only recovered 4 stolen vehicles versus 12 this time last year. But we are doing what we can with the resources that are available.
Chief, are y'all noticing any specific pattern, whether it's location or type of car that's being stolen? I know in Illinois they were talking about Kias were pretty susceptible.
It's mostly been Challengers and Chargers.
Okay.
Not so much with the Kias. I know that there is the trend because of the 2021s, the Hyundais and the Kias. We've not had a tremendous amount of reports of any of those vehicles being stolen from us.
Okay. And what can people do to if they're watching this with their vehicles, if they're parked outside?
Well, everything is always about trying to make sure that you either have another vehicle to secure it in front of it so that it can't be pulled out, things of that nature, or park them in the garage if you have space for those, or look for secondary anti-theft if you have one of those Kias or Hyundais that is still under litigation
These
right now.
vehicles, the keys been left in them, or?
Some, but with the Chargers and the Challengers, they have the security boxes that have the electronic codes for them, and they're able to do push start that way.
I had a friend that had one of those new Jeeps, and he was parked at UPS. Apparently, somebody pulled up next to him with a laptop.
Same thing because it's computerized.
It's crazy.
The push starts, yeah.
But
It's just
ultimately-
it's technology, and the bad guys know it just as well as anybody else.
But ultimately, lock your car, take your valuables
All your
in the
valuables,
house.
all your weapons,
No guns.
please. Yeah. Same service announcements that we've tried to make in the residentials as far as the big signs, secure and lock your vehicles.
Any other questions? Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Fire Department, Chief Beasley.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman, I trust that y'all have had an opportunity to review our report for the month. Interestingly enough, I'm not sure why, but we've been downtrending on responses over the last 3 months. That's always a good thing. Less responses is better citizen protection, and frankly, I have no justification why, other than great work by our people.
Wonderful.
Do y'all have any questions?
Thank you, sir.
How's 283 coming along?
We are on schedule. If you came by there today, you would have noticed a pretty significant crane in the air, and they're putting on the second floor flooring members. So we are progressing to the second floor. So that's good news.
I went by one day and you had a trailer that said Dennis's Concrete. It's not made.
Outstanding.
Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
Parks and Recreation, Mr. David McGowan.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Board, thank you. You guys have the parks numbers for the month. Upcoming events, kickoff concert for our Fall Festival will be Friday, the September 15th, Prince Experience featuring Gabriel Sanchez. September 16th is kickoff of the Fall Festival. That morning, 10 o'clock, the parade. September 29th is going to be a family movie night. That's going to be held at Waldron School. Clifford the Big Red Dog. Baseball and Softball League will provide concessions there. You see some of our past events. August the 11th was Howl at the Moon 5K. 144 runners showed up. August 24th through the 26th was a carnival. I think some of those hours were shortened due to the intense heat. Past senior event, August 16th, they went to Monell's. You can see our upcoming meetings. Senior Center Advisory Committee, 4:30 tentatively. September 18th, 6 p.m. Park and Rec. And then at 7 o'clock, Historical Preservation. As of right now, we have 100 plus vendors and food and craft vendors for the Fall Festival. I think 40 plus participants in the parade so far. We will have 2 live acts that day on the main stage at the football field. We will have a kids zone, petting zoo, pony rides, inflatables. Fire department's going to have a whole field of activities. Life Flight will land at 12:15. We will have axe throwing. Jack FM will be on site with giveaways, trackless train, laser tag, face painting, and a cornhole tournament. Anything I left out? You guys got any questions?
Well, one of the seniors got up and talked about Bruce having the hiring and firing. That's wrong. The hiring and firing is done by Jason Cole, and for almost over 3 years, I have put on the agenda about moving the hiring and firing from Jason to Bruce, and Jason has time and time has removed it from the agenda. And I think another council member has done the same thing. So,
Alderman Waldron, what does this have to do with Parks and Rec report?
At the
Alderman Waldron.
at the thing is it's not.
Alderman Waldron, you're out of order, sir.
I can't really speak to that, but I will kind of address the elephant in the room. I wish some of our seniors had not left. I'm afraid there's probably some, I don't want to say bad information, but there's some conflicting information. There was no terminations. These were resignations that were willfully handed over that were accepted. As far as closing the doors on the senior center, I can speak for myself and my department and pretty much city administration. That is not our goal. Our goal is to keep those doors open at all costs. What that looks like now, I can't tell you. Their last day is next Friday, the 15th. I can tell you that there will probably be some operational changes. It was open for 5 days. That just recently changed. In the past, it's been open 4 days. There's a very good possibility that we may revisit that. During this interim time, until we get a new staff in place, we may have to shorten hours from 9 to 3 is what the doors are physically open, to 9 to 2. About 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the place is a ghost town. We are probably going to suspend the bus service. We are not really equipped to provide a bus service to our members. That bus is not ADA compliant. I have reached out to 5 other senior centers in this area that fall under the GNRC guidelines. They do not provide a bus service. With that being said, you guys put me in a place to do a job, and I'm trying to do it to the best of my ability. I cannot make concessions willfully for one that I am not willing to do across the board for everybody. If that puts me in a bad light and that makes me the bad person, so be it. I heard the city administrator's name thrown out tonight. I can assure you he had nothing to do with this. This was a decision I made that I took to him. And if I had to make the same decision again tomorrow, I wouldn't make that exact same decision. It's unfortunate that it's come down like this. We have suffered through personnel changes before at the center, and we're going to do it again. GNRC has been notified. They are aware that the job posting is out there. They're going to try to push that out. Murfreesboro, St. Clair has been notified. Mount Juliet has been notified. So we are trying to get capable and qualified people in place. I understand the history there. I understand what those 2 ladies bring to the table. And I'm not discounting anything that they have put forth the past 4 or 5 years. It's unfortunate, things evolve, and this is just where it's at. Like I said, their resignation was not requested, and they were by no means terminated. With that being said, I don't know how much liberty I have to discuss that personnel, but unfortunately, that's where we're at right now. Our plan is to keep the doors open, and we're going to move forward, whatever shape, form, and fashion that takes.
Keeping with the actual topic, which is the Parks and Recreation Departmental Report, that's where we need to stay. There is an ordinance, sir, I'm speaking.
I think the
So,
issue was,
Alderman Waldron, we have an ordinance that we do not speak about hiring and disciplinary issues or personnel issues. So, please make sure to follow that.
David, can you elaborate just a little bit on anything that we know? And I don't want to throw you under the bus. I'm just curious about soccer.
We are prepared for that to go out for an RFP. That is still in the works. That has not hit yet. I think there's a bunch of moving parts to that. I think it's kind of fallen at a busy time for the city with them going on a retreat for the next week, and then, it fell right behind meetings. So the meeting minutes were getting prepared, so I think that is still in the works.
I meant to call you about it, and I've been a little bit out of sorts. So.
Right.
All right.
Any other questions?
well,
Yes.
like, Mayor Cole says I'm talking out of turn, but the door's been open. This is,
Alderman Waldron, it has not been open, so,
I can't get
sir,
up and say what I want to say.
sir, you are out of order.
People.
Alderwoman Haas.
David, can you elaborate anything on the USL fall ball clinics that they're going to be having on the 10th, 17th, and the 24th?
They are having them on Sundays. As far as I know, it's a free clinic. And maybe, I think it's 2 to 4 possibly. Yes, so those are sign-ups. If you have an issue getting in touch with the league, please get in touch with our office and we'll put you in the right direction.
Okay, thank you.
And if I open the door, I apologize. I just felt like the air needed to be cleared a little bit. I just want to make sure that some correct information is getting out there.
Well,
Dave?
thank you for your clarification, David. I did just have one quick thing I wanted to add about Howl at the Moon. I noticed we had quite a few registration packets available, like the T-shirt and drawstring bags. I just wanted to make a quick recommendation. I thought perhaps maybe if you've ever considered like charging like a $10 donation back towards Parks and Rec to sell the shirts at the end of the evening. I think there were enough people there that I would think that might be of interest if somebody wanted an extra shirt for a family member or.
Yeah, we can definitely do that because we did have quite a few left. This year, we want the event's growing, so we want to make sure we had enough.
Absolutely.
What we've realized with T-shirts in the past, if we don't get rid of them that night, we tend to collect them. So we may have 10 years worth of Fall Festival or OTF shirts upstairs. So we've tried to even sell those at different events in the past for $5, and we really don't get a whole lot of takers on that. But we could set up something the night of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, David, the Fall Festival kickoff concert with the Prince cover band, what time does that start and what time does it go till?
It starts at 7 o'clock, I believe. Gates open at 6, it starts at 7, and it should be done about 9:30.
Okay, and will there be food trucks there?
There will be food trucks on site, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, David.
Yes, sir.
Jason, if I'm out of order, I'm gonna stay out of order because I'm gonna talk up for what needs to be said.
Next, we have the library
People, the
board.
citizens of
Ms.
LaVergne.
Donna?
There she is.
Mayor, Vice Mayor Alderman, good evening. It was a beautiful day today. For the month of August, our attendance stayed steady. It was 3,170. Circulation, 8,498. We really like being above that 5,000. We issued 101 new patron cards. And you can see our computer usage is kind of holding its own. But I think that's about to change. Because of IT's great work, we now have our computer lab full with the new computers that we received through the grant from the State Tennessee Library and Archives. They are awesome. They look beautiful. The monitor is big. I can almost see it without my glasses on. And they're fast. They're very fast. I almost want to move my office out to the computer lab. So very excited about that. And thank you, Glenn, and your team. They're moving quite along. Okay, I want to talk a little bit about some of our displays that we have in the library. If you've been in the library, you've seen that we will have banned books displays. Constitution Week will be coming up soon. We have had Veterans Day displays. Beth Blassingame, one of our staff members, asked if she could do one on 9/11, Never Forget. She did a magnificent job. She pulled some great books that we had in the library. Also, she pulled some pictures from that sad day, but that day that made our country stronger. And also, she has been giving out papers for anyone who would like to share, where were you on 9/11? And I get goosebumps when I talk about that, because I think any of us who are old enough to remember can remember exactly where we were and what we were doing on 9/11. And so I offer up tonight anyone who would like to take a paper and write your memory of 9/11, you're welcome to. You can give it back to me. You can drop it off at the library, and we are displaying those through the month of September. Going on to some exciting things. Well, this is not real exciting, but the library will be closed Saturday, September 16th. But the reason we're excited is because the library will be at the library tent at the LaVergne Fall Festival, and we are so excited about that. Our theme from the library is, it's fall, y'all, on the library farm. So I want you to stop by the library tent to discover all the many resources that we have available for our community that are free, from e-audios, books, DVDs, all sorts of great resources on grants, taking the ACT test, just great, great things. Then, how many of you like to do selfies? We got any selfie people in the group? All right. So we want you to come by and snap some really cute selfies or take a group photo in front of the library barn. Yes, we're going to have a barn there. Also play some fun games to win a prize, or sit down with a friend for a rousing game of checkers. Adding to the fun, we're so excited about this, our special group of entertainers, the LaVergne Public Library Nerd Herd. We will be entertaining on the small stage from 1 p.m. to 1:30 p.m. We will have stories, songs, music, movement, puppets, and so much more. And I would like to extend an invitation to anyone who would like to come out to the library tent. If you like to play checkers, we will have some children's books there. If you would like to sit and read a book to some children, we would love to have you come join us at our tent for just a day of fun. Do I have any questions?
Yeah, you do a great job down there. And how's the kiosk doing? I would ask you some more questions, Donna, but I'd probably be called out of order.
The kiosk is doing really well. We are having several people a day come in to renew their license, to change their address, and it also, you can sign up to vote. You can register to vote. So the kiosk is really a great addition to the library.
Thank you, Donna.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Have you got a big to-do ready for Fall Festival for your tent?
Oh, yes, sir. You know we have a big to-do. We are ready to do it.
Miss Donna, I've had several people ask me online about the Dungeons and Dragons Club. How is that going?
It is really moving along. Danny Anderson is the Dragon Master, and he, every other Tuesday, 2 Tuesdays a month, he meets with the tweens, and those are ages, I'm going to get it wrong, 10 to 12. And then the other 2 Tuesdays of the month, he meets with the teens, which are 13 to 17. Having about 5 or 6 per group, but it's beginning to build up. Each week we're seeing a new person come in.
That's
so
awesome.
That's really a great program that's moving right along, and we're hoping to build a core of young adults there.
Wonderful. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Finance Department, Ms. Tanya.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman. Hopefully you've had a chance to look at the financial summary. In our general fund, our expenses exceeded revenue by $835,000. But just a reminder on that, we have not started collecting property tax yet this year, so that's why you see that right there. I apologize, I just noticed today under the sales tax, I did not change the year to fiscal year 23-24. I will have that changed by next month. In our local sales tax, we were $165,000 above budget, $32,000 above our prior year. In our state street aid, we were $109,000, revenue exceeded expenses. Stormwater, our revenue exceeded expenses by $18,000. In our water and sewer, our revenue exceeded expenses by $355,000. On the second page, you'll see our bank balances, and on the third page, you'll see our comparison to our prior year.
Tanya, are we starting to see, because I know it's not necessarily month to month, but are we starting to see the impact of BJ's Wholesale opening up?
I haven't looked at that specifically, but I will take a look at that and see if we can tell a difference yet. It might be a little early for that yet, but yes, I'll try to keep an eye on that.
Usually sale tax comes in, show it in the finance department a few months after it gets started.
Yes.
It's not at the end of the month, y'all know how much. It's like sometime 2 or 3 months later, right?
Correct. It's 2 months behind.
And I got another question to ask you. This retreat we're going to fix to go on, does anybody know the cost of it? And was it in the budget?
Yes, it was in the budget.
It was in the budget,
Yes.
but does anybody know the cost of it?
Off the top of my head, I don't, but
I haven't looked at the
Is
invoices
the
specifically.
employees that's going, are they going to get overtime? Are they going to get travel expenses?
I think everybody is salary.
Yeah.
Most everybody is salary, but we will be paying travel expenses for those that drive personal vehicles.
I think mileage as well.
I'm just tickled I didn't get called out of order.
Any other questions?
thank you, ma'am. Moving on to the Water Treatment Department, Mr. Danny.
How come Danny don't follow Donna no more?
Because I didn't do a good enough job, Vice Mayor. Ms. Tanya's done a much better job than I have. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Board. Hopefully you've had an opportunity to review our monthly report for the month of August. A couple of things I'd like to mention. We have collected all 30 lead and copper samples, so thank you very much for all y'all's help with that. It's very much appreciated. I'm still waiting on 6 sample results, but once I receive those, which should be this week, at the latest next week, I will send out those results or the notification letters and everything to the state by the deadline, which is the end of September this month. So also, we are about just over 56% completed with our flushing program. So that puts us roughly in the middle of October to get that completed. High service pump 2 is out of service. Eaton was out to troubleshoot the VFD. It has a bad inverter, and we found out that those VFDs are now discontinued and no longer receiving service through Eaton. So I have spoken with Bruce about that. He is aware of it. I'm waiting for a quote to see what a replacement unit would cost. What we did have happen is the PLC that was not working on the valve for high service pump 5, we were able to remove that and put the working PLC from 2 onto 5. So now high service pump 5 is working. So we are still just 1 pump down. We have 4 in service. So we tried to maximize the use of the spare part in that regard. Any questions?
Well, first I want to say thank you on the lead and copper, because I know you went to some door-to-door to get that done, not just making phone calls or emails. So thank you for getting that completed.
Yes, sir.
Can you kind of go through the customer service issues?
Yes, absolutely. We had 4 customer complaints this month. 3 of them were for low water pressure. 1 was for a greenish tint in the water that they saw. For the low water pressure, 1 was due to a PRV. 2 were due to a water leak that was on Jefferson Pike, so they had issues for that. And for the greenish water tint, this happened last week. We did take a sample from that commercial location. Everything came back within range. It is a food location that they have us do a sample annually for them as it is. So we did run it a second time for them this year. I sent them the results. I reached out to them today to see if they're still having the issue, and I haven't heard anything back. So it is something that we're following up on, and I will continue to do so to see if they're still experiencing the issue.
But the results were fine as
Yes,
far as
sir.
the test?
Everything's well within range for what we can test. So if they're still experiencing the issue, we'll continue to work with them to see if something's happening internally in their building or anything of that sort that we can do to help.
Okay. Any other questions?
Do you have any complaints on like the new homes, the new subdivisions been built when they first move in about the funny taste in the water?
No, sir. Not that I am aware of, saying we just moved into a new location.
New pipes, new everything. You don't see no complaints like that.
I have not seen any complaint like
Okay.
that. No, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Moving on to old business. Second reading ordinance 2023-18, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2023-2024 general fund budget. Need a motion to approve or deny?
I make a motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Haas. Is there a second?
A second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
Motion passes. Second reading ordinance 2023-19, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2023-2024 drug fund budget. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Haas. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. Second reading ordinance 2023-20, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2023-2024 equitable sharing fund budget. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No. I'll second it. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. Then moving on to the consent agenda. Need a motion to approve or deny?
I make a motion to approve.
A motion to approve the consent agenda. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Hobbs. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Then moving on to new business. First reading ordinance 2023-21. An ordinance to amend the City of LaVergne zoning ordinance by changing the official zoning map for tax map 14, parcel 72, consisting of approximately 9.33 acres located at 31 Lillian Buchanan Drive from a C2 highway service commercial zoning district to an R3 high-density residential zoning district. This received a favorable recommendation from the Planning Commission on August 29th, 2023, and we did have a public hearing on this tonight, which no one spoke at. Need a motion to approve or deny?
I make a motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Haas. Is there a second?
Second for discussion.
Second from Vice Mayor No. Vice Mayor No.
Is the gentleman here?
And your name and address for the record, please.
Hey, Josh Hamby, 6,000 Fairview Road, Suite 1530, Charlotte, North Carolina.
Just so nobody thinks I'm hiding anything, I spoke with Josh today, but I was busy, he was busy. We talked for a short time, just a couple of questions, Josh, because there's been some things put out there on social media. We got some emails, yay, nay, so on and so forth, some people were not clear, and I want to make it clear to the people at home that they heard through your presentation, all they heard was restaurants and sit-down restaurants and grocery stores. They did not hear about the 9.3 acres that you are wanting rezoned to R3 for high residential. So I'm just going to ask you a couple of questions because in my opinion, you all may or may not agree, this is a great opportunity for the city as far as the commercial goes and getting that sort of stuff here, but it comes at a cost. And unfortunately, it's a catch-22, but that's what we do as a board. We sit up here and we make these hard decisions. Most of us vote yes or no. I know I will not abstain or pass. I will vote, and if citizens come back, then that's what they do. How many, just so the folks watching at home can understand, how many apartments approximately are you thinking?
So the zoning that we're pursuing, the way we're trying to design it, is up to 30 units an acre, based on the real constraints of the site. And the two main limiting factors are your ability to surface park it and your ability to contain the stormwater that it's going to produce, right? The entirety of the 9.3 acres as it sits today is just green. So everything you build there will be counted as new impervious surface. And so that future commercial area you see slated there is primarily just infrastructure to support all the stormwater that we'll be creating. So we're looking at about 250 units as our best case. I think our low water mark is probably 230. And if we hire the most brilliant engineers in the country, we might get 260.
Do we know, Josh, are these going to be 1 or 2 bedrooms? And I'm sorry to repeat these questions. You've probably already been asked, but I wasn't here Thursday, and I did watch the meeting. But I want to make sure that the folks watching at home want to hear some of these questions, and I want to ask them.
Absolutely.
Ask you for them.
And look, we're all dealing with COVID, so happy you're back and feeling better. It is going to be a mix of 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units. So the marketing that we're doing here, the way we're trying to put this project together holistically, is marketing this as LaVergne's first Class A multifamily development. So more of what you're used to seeing in larger cities with walk-up or vertical transportation elevator units in one structure with surface parking surround. More amenities than what the other multifamily options in LaVergne offer. And then, of course, the connectivity with the retail. There's a big premium on people that want to be able to walk to the grocery store and walk to grab their cup of coffee or get their haircut or whatever it is they do. And LaVergne is frankly a big enough city to provide that lifestyle. So
that seems to be the newest concept going on. And I guess I asked Kyle, all of this as far as sewer and water and everything is, we're good in that department, and runoff and so on.
Yes, as far as the utilities, they're at the site or near the site, and as far as stormwater, that's what he's discussing, is that future commercial. I think it's 3.97 acres. A majority of that will be detention pond. I know he's trying to hope that it's not the entirety of it, but that's kind of what, he'll have an engineer that runs the numbers and decides on what that, how large that detention pond is going to have to be to meet our regulations. And, hopefully he's got something left there to do another, whether it be fast food or sit-down restaurant or whatever. But it may end up being a full detention pond or parking.
So that was going to be my next thing that I talked about. Those 2 lots that are left, are you saying that one of those could possibly be taken up with a whole?
Yes, the one that's kind of parallel with the apartments, it's basically where it says future commercial 3.97 acres. You can see I think it's maybe a grocery store that is shown at the corner. It's that back track there. That's more likely going to be, it's definitely going to be a pond. It's just how big is that pond got to be? That's where, whenever they determine how many bedrooms and everything else and how much parking's got to be required for planning commission approval, that's how big the pond will end up having to be.
So all of that would have to go back to planning and everything before?
Yes, it'll have to have site plan approval.
Okay, also, Josh, you talked about, and it's been my experience, and this board actually, you talked about you're gonna have a light put up there. Do you feel comfortable with that? Have you already spoken to TDOT? Because I'm thinking that you got a light at Dick Buchanan, then your light, and then one at Floyd Mayfield. So you think that TDOT's gonna?
Yes, sir. Per the TDOT handbook, we're by code. So the spacing of the lights is based on the number of vehicles and speed limit of the road. I think we're 35 or 45 at this portion of Murfreesboro Road. 45. And so, yeah, per the code book, we are still allowable. So we're not asking for any sort of variance or special consideration. And frankly, to be able to access the project, I think the city would benefit from additional light there.
Have you been involved or with this type of building before, the walk to?
Yes, sir.
And out of that, the apartments that was involved, were they predominantly younger people, childless people?
So I've done this, I've developed in, I think, 30 or 35 states at this point in my career, maybe. These type of urban multifamily developments, in my experience, do cater all across the board. You know, it could be a significant step up in life for a young family, or an incredibly luxurious place for a single young person. So I think it does offer a lifestyle that a lot of different folks will want to participate in. And most importantly, right, it's just something that's net new to LaVergne. We can keep more different people in the city spending their money here.
Now, you talked about you were not at liberty to mention some of the businesses that you have spoken with and so on and so forth. If this passes this evening, when would you be able to?
So I can tell you as soon as they make their public announcement. Basically, when I sign a lease with those guys, so like most of the documents for the grocery store are already executed at this point. The rest of them we haven't signed because we are waiting for entitlements before we do those deals. But when I sign that document with them, there's a non-disclosure agreement that's part of it. And so if I make it public before they make it public, they have the right to terminate the agreement.
Do you have any kind, if this passes, do you have any kind of ETA?
We would know, I would be able to publicly announce most, if not all, before the end of this calendar year.
No, I mean, as far as getting started and.
Oh, what the timeline of the project would be?
Just, about.
Yeah, so as it sits right now, we would be closing on the bulk land purchase in December of this year. The pad sale to the grocery store would go forward in March, and they would immediately start building their building. While they're doing theirs, I'll be constructing the shared pond and signalizing the intersection, and my construction crew would then demobilize, and we would turn over to the retail crews.
As I said, I think this is personally, I think this is a good thing, but it comes at a cost, and I guess we'll just see how the voting goes. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
How many stories is these apartments going to be?
We're thinking 3. It looks like 3.
At least 3, maybe more.
So there is one potential site plan that had 4, but there's significant additional cost to go from 3 to 4, way more so than to go from 2 to 3. And so
I know the ones behind Kentucky Fried Chicken, they just look so tall.
Yeah, 36 feet is normally where we aim for top of parapet on something like this. But that's just something that gets flushed out in the design.
One thing that bothers me is, we've always pushed retail, and here we are. We got this is already commercial, and we're going to do half of it high density. That really don't sit with me, because this board's always been preaching. We need commercial. We need commercial. We got commercial on Murfreesboro Road here, and this in front of us to go high density residential, and that really don't sit with me. With turning commercial into apartment sites.
Would you like for me to respond to that?
I'm just making a statement. I didn't know if you can respond to it or not.
Josh, so this project as a whole Would you say it would be similar to what is occurring in Smyrna with the Depot District and the new Murfreesboro mixed-use development?
I mean, look, any sort of mixed use with a residential and national credit retail component, they're all gonna have a fair bit of overlap, right? The only thing we're missing to make this a full live, work, play is an office component, and with the new trade school there, you could argue that we've got the fully fleshed out thing going here. So, yeah, I think there's similarities.
And then for anyone watching at home, or maybe here listening, can you just kind of define, as far as Class A apartments, this way people can understand what those exactly are?
That's right. So it's going to be your normal lobby entrance. You'll have direct entrances to your units, interior to the building. You'll be seeing, fiberboard exterior. It's not going to be vinyl siding or anything that you see on more economical products. And then, of course, further amenities, right? There's going to be staff there full-time. It'll be maintained. It'll be operated well. So, yeah, to kind of further hammer that point, the grocery store is very invested in the apartments coming as well, right? They like a new residential component to go along with what they're deploying. They're spending millions of dollars to open a store, so a couple new folks next door is good for them.
On the plans, is it how much brick and how much non-brick or rock is going to be on the front? I know the back probably going to be different than the front, but is it going to be all brick, all rock?
It's going to be all masonry material as we have it today, so it's a mixture of...
About what's behind Kentucky Fried Chicken?
I'm not familiar with what's behind Kentucky Fried Chicken, I'm sorry. So this would be a mixture of like Nichi-Ha panels and hardy plank, if you're familiar with the hardy material.
I think that's about like behind Kentucky Fried. Thank you very much.
Does that meet the overlay district building code?
Well, that's one of the things he'll have to do is, if this gets approved, he'll still have to make submittal to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission is the board that has the authority to make sure he's adhering to the overlay standards. So no matter what happens tonight, he's still, if this zoning gets approved, he's still going to have to meet the overlay requirements.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Well, I probably got a few, but I'm afraid I'll get called out older, so I'm going to...
You can ask me after, that's all right.
I do have a question. The only thing that we're changing, or the rezoning is where it's multifamily, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Just the 9.3 acres separated from Murfreesboro Road. That's right.
Got it.
Okay, we have a motion to approve. We have a second. Alderman Waldron.
No.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. First reading ordinance 2023-22, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 general fund budget. Need a motion to approve or deny?
I make a motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Haas. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
Motion passes. First reading ordinance 2023-23, an ordinance to amend Title 14, Chapter 3 of the LaVergne Municipal Code regarding grading, soil erosion, and sedimentation control, and Title 14, Chapter 6 of the LaVergne Municipal Code regarding the stormwater management ordinance. Need a motion to approve or deny?
I make a motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Haas. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Hobbs. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. Resolution 2023-17, a resolution of the City of LaVergne Board of Mayor and Aldermen to declare property owned by the city to be surplus to the city's needs and directing disposal of the same. Need a motion to approve or deny?
I make a motion to sell that wonderful stuff.
Have a motion to sell that wonderful stuff, and I will second that. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
And I wholeheartedly say aye. Number 12, motion to approve a professional service agreement with Crofton Associates LLC for the right-of-way acquisition, consulting services for the Blair Road West Expansion Project. Need a motion to approve or deny?
I make a motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Haas. Our second for discussion, because I know from the look on her face, Alderwoman Hobbs has got some discussion on this.
I'm ready, yeah. I've got concerns just about spending $300,000 in consideration to expand Blair Road to Carruthers, when I honestly feel Blair Road as it exists today is unsafe and insufficient. There's no shoulder on either sides of that road. It drops minimally about close to a foot on each side, with the majority of it actually being a ravine. There's no shoulder for disabled vehicles to pull over, or even for police services to safely enforce speeding over there to get somebody pulled over. The curb at Portico on Blair remains unfinished. I think it's dangerous even going through there in the morning to get to Sam Ridley. The barely two-way traffic fits to make it through without falling off into some of that asphalt debris. Let alone, there's kind of a presentation aspect of it too, right? When you're coming off Sam Ridley onto Blair, the transition from Smyrna to LaVergne is very evident, and I don't necessarily say that in a good thing. So I think just as a presentation coming into LaVergne, presentation is in poor taste. Again, I think the road remains unsafe. I think our budget should be used to improve, maintain Blair Road as it is, and improve the safety versus just building more roadway. In addition, another thought is just the timing of all of this. Like, we haven't even started on the Waldron Road expansion, let alone consider widening and rerouting another road. So let's consider the impact that's going to have on the community there with two road projects, large road projects such as those going on at the same time.
So I wanted to speak to some of this. So a large portion of Blair is kind of a work in progress with Portico, with the townhomes, and with the High Point 24, all still in flux. Phase 2 to Portico has the finalization of the road improvements. We discussed that at the Planning Commission, where we were thinking it was Phase 1, but it is in Phase 2, because Gary went through and double-checked that. I know they were moving some poles around on that. Additionally, we've now got the Marlowe project, which is, they were voted down at the last Planning Commission meeting because Planning Commission did not like the number of units for the apartments in the high-density area, nor the road design. And they are since coming back and listening to us as far as that road design. I expect it probably to be resubmitted if it's not already, but it will go through and address the other portion of that curve. We also have some right-of-way that's coming to the city that's not ours yet with Arbor Ridge, and then there is a small gap in between where the old doctor's mansion is that blew up many years ago that still has to be worked out. So there's portions for that. I don't think anyone, when it comes to how much money is being spent on the Waldron Road expansion, which right-of-way acquisition will begin in a couple months. They've been working on that design. I know Kyle has been hounding the engineering firm, and for many, many days they kept saying, just a few more weeks, just a few more weeks. And so eventually we got to the point where it was finished, sent up to the state. They have to review it, and that's expected to come back before this board in a month or two. But that would be similar to this, where we have to start with the right-of-way acquisitions. This project connects basically Waldron and Blair Road all the way over to Carruthers, and there's a couple of benefits for that. Living over there and living kind of in between Blair and I-24, what happens with many traffic incidences on the interstate, people will shoot over to Sam Ridley, over to Blair, and they will either go Waldron to Rock Springs Road to get over to Nolensville, or they're cut over and cut through Carruthers or Summit View Summit Division so they can get through. This would instead connect over to Carruthers, and it would alleviate some of that traffic because then they're going to go straight around and through. And so it would also address another issue that we have, which is Carruthers. This board chose about 3 years ago to maybe 4 at this point, but, or actually it was a previous board to this, but we decided to go ahead and address the curve because you couldn't have 2 trucks go through the Carruthers curve and not hit. Our fire engine was hit with the mirror knocked off of it. And so school buses, the drivers were concerned about overturning. And so we addressed that. We widened that curve, made it softer, and gave it more as far as a footprint. But overall, what has been discussed is turning that whole thing into a roundabout, because it not only addresses the traffic issues there, but it also addresses some of the speeding from the car clubs that come down from Cane Ridge, because it is a straight shot coming from Cane Ridge Park in Nashville, Antioch area, straight through. They like to cut through Carruthers, down Waldron, over to, not Center Point, but
Yeah, it's Center Point.
where Cardinal and Icy is.
Oh, 24.
You're talking about up Bain.
Yes, off of Bain Road. They like to race over there. And so this kind of breaks that up by adding a roundabout there, because that's usually traffic calming.
Just for clarification, I don't think it's a bad idea. I just think the timing and the spending of the money now is a bad idea versus spending it towards
Well,
repairs.
This isn't construction. This is just acquiring the right-of-way so that whenever we're able to go ahead and get started, because we have that right-of-way. Sure. As far as Blair, like I said, is under work right now with Portico Phase 2.
Are they still actively building there?
Yes. Yeah, they're still, we just approved Phase 1, I believe, or gave the recommendation for, or was it, no, they had one more item. So we deferred that back another month because they still had one more item on Phase 1. Phase 2 is under construction. I drive by there every day taking the kids to school. So, and then the other 2 projects there, that whole section of road almost up to Woodsong would be addressed. And then Marlowe coming in addresses from that area up to where it ramps up that hill after the turn. You start to go up, and then from there you have the straightaway. The bulk of that is Arbor Ridge. You've got a small portion of it that's that mansion. So once we get the right-of-way for Arbor Ridge, we've already have that for expansion. And I know one thing the Assistant City Administrator and I were talking about, as all eyes turned to him, was we wouldn't spend the kind of money that we're spending on Waldron Road and ignore Blair, because we just have to get the pieces together for it. This is acquiring right away. We're still doing that on Blair as well. So it's getting the pieces set up so that we can go through and do it as a whole, if that makes sense. There's a lot of moving pieces with Blair. There really is. And there's a lot more development. I mean, like I said, Marlowe, we're going back and forth with. You've got another 6 acres that's for sale over there. I don't know if the doctor's property is still talking about trying to develop, whether they're trying to build over there or not with the streams, but you've got still a lot of development in this whole area. So I agree with you, it does need to be addressed, and it's slowly getting there, but it's piece by piece. And so and a lot of it is thankfully not on the taxpayers, because the way that these developments are coming in, they're being required to make the road improvements on their dime, not on ours. Any other discussion?
That makes sense.
Okay. We have a motion to approve in a second. Alderman Waldron.
Abstain.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
No.
Alderwoman Hoff.
Yes.
Vice Mayor, no.
Yes.
I vote aye. Motion is approved. Moving on to Alderman and Mayor comments. Alderman Waldron.
Again, I want to urge everybody to keep the Smith family in their prayers for their loss. Check on the elderly. Make sure your pets has fresh water and shade. And it's a good time before it gets cold to check your outside water pipes and your crawl space and your automobiles, to winterize your automobiles. Thank you.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a quick proposal that we add a discussion for a traffic calming study to the next agenda. I've had a number of citizens reach out to me with concerns of, as we approve high-density zoning around different parts of the city, cut through small neighborhoods, people concerned they want speed bumps in their neighborhood. I've talked with emergency services about, some of the challenges that presents to them, but I think it's worth, if that's what citizens are interested in, that we at least put it up for discussion. And then I wanted to make a quick comment about water safety. Everybody wear your life jackets, stay safe out in the water, especially as we wrap up into the fall season. Thank you.
Alderwoman Haas.
I think you missed one thing, the breakfast on the 16th.
Country ham breakfast.
I was waiting.
Yeah.
I was waiting for you to say that, so I'll steal your thunder.
Thank you.
The country ham breakfast on the 16th before the Fall Festival Parade.
That's LaVergne Rescue Unit.
Yeah, LaVergne Rescue Unit. It was coming. It was slow. My brain's not functioning. And then the parade, remember it starts at the Bicentennial City Hall, goes down to Veterans Memorial Park. The concert, I may be stealing some of the mayor's thunder. So Prince, come on, Purple Rain, let's go. And the USL, and the USL baseball, or the ball clinic for baseball, softball. Thank y'all.
Vice Mayor No.
There was something brought up tonight during comments about codes, and the lady even had pictures. That's something that we need to talk about periodically, and Lord knows, my house is, I keep my front yard clean, my back's a little crazy, and we're not talking about being Brentwood. That's not what we're talking about, but our codes department is getting, they're getting pretty tough on some people. They're gonna start putting liens on houses and stuff, and I'm tickled to death to see it, because you get tired of seeing it, so pick up your stuff. We still got a few more spots, people listening at home. Cornhole for Fall Festival. If you think you've got what it takes, come on out, sign up. Be warned that me and Mr. Rick Autry will be there facing you, but we need a few more cornhole teams. And last but not least, and I want to make sure that I talk this right, Evan, we cannot speak about employees or HR, but I can speak about the senior center.
Yes, sir. You just can't speak about specific employee personnel issues.
Correct. Okay. I just wanted to make sure.
Yes, sir.
Because it was brought up earlier, and I didn't want to overstep my boundaries. Regardless of what happens with the situation at the senior center, I don't know how it got to that point. Doesn't matter. It's there, and regardless of what happens, the senior center will be there. It's not going anywhere. Apparently, and I found out tonight, there's been some rumors about the senior center being turned into all kind of stuff. David, if I'm wrong, or Bruce, if I'm wrong, you can correct me, but the senior center is not going anywhere. It will go on. Regardless of what happens, it will go on, it will thrive, and things will be fine for our seniors. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Well, I'm going to reiterate a couple things. Of course, September 15th is the Prince concert, so please come out and enjoy. You can always wear Miss Carol's favorite color of purple. We've got the Fall Festival starting off here at City Hall on the 16th. 10 a.m. is the parade, goes all the way down to Veterans Memorial Park, and well over 100 booths. Should be a great time for everyone. And then the 29th is Vice Mayor No's favorite movie, Clifford the Big Red Dog. So that will be, I believe, Roy Waldron, and should be a lot of fun. Being there makes it so that we're not going to encounter any of the wind that we've hit before, as well as the heat. Do want to remind everybody about as far as the strategic planning retreat that the city is doing this week. basically planning out next 5, 10 years, making long-term plans for this city. You have to have a vision, you have to have a road plan to get there, and that's what we're doing. Want to remind you about the October meeting. It is the 10th of October for everyone on your calendars. Want to ask that you keep in your prayers the Hatcher family. Also, we had a resident who just recently passed. She had celebrated her 108th birthday, which is absolutely amazing. Her name is Jane Anna Phillips Vales. So please remember her family in your prayers. And then piggybacking off codes, I know they've been working hard, and thanks to even some of our legal help, we're getting one of the major eyesores on JFK addressed and finally nuisanced from the residents there. So with that, thank you all for being here, and I call this meeting adjourned.
Coming up on Destination Tomorrow, we'll follow up on some stories from previous programs. We'll look back at the success of the Cassini-Huygens mission to Saturn and Titan. We'll also find out about robotic missions to other planets. And Johnny Alonso finds out how geospatial data is used with GPS. All this and more next on Destination Tomorrow.
Hello everyone, I'm Steele McGonigal.
And I'm Kara O'Brien. Welcome to this edition of Destination Tomorrow.
We begin this retrospective look back with a story about one of Saturn's moons named Titan.
Scientific speculation about this moon has increased in recent years because it is larger than Mercury and Pluto, and it has a very unique atmosphere. The atmosphere is of particular interest because it is roughly 4 times thicker than that of Earth's and has a large amount of nitrogen and carbon, which are considered by many scientists to be the building blocks for life as we know it.
NASA scientists launched the Cassini-Huygens mission back in 1997 to begin an extensive tour of Saturn, its rings, and its 31 known moons. In addition to the Huygens probe, which traveled to the surface of Titan, the Cassini spacecraft has and will continue to execute flybys, coming as close as 590 miles above the surface. This will permit the high-resolution mapping of the moon's surface with an imaging radar instrument which can see through the opaque haze of Titan's upper atmosphere.
While Cassini-Huygens has dramatically boosted our knowledge of Titan, scientists still have more questions about this interesting moon.
Tonya St. Romain spoke with researcher Dr. Marianne Rudisil to find out more about this mission and possible future missions to Titan. Here's the story as it aired.
One of NASA's stated goals is to search for life and life-enabling conditions, such as water and lifelike chemistry throughout the universe. In recent years, the task of searching for life has become much easier with the development of tools like the Hubble Space Telescope and advanced sensors aboard spacecraft. With these technology advancements, NASA scientists are now able to better identify so-called hotspot locations in the universe. A hotspot location is simply a celestial body, that is, a planet or a moon, that may have conditions that are conducive to the origin and existence of life. Scientists have located a number of potential hotspots in our solar system, but one of the most intriguing is a moon orbiting the planet Saturn named Titan. Titan is very exciting because unlike most moons in our solar system, it actually has an atmosphere. In fact, many scientists believe that Titan's atmosphere closely resembles early Earth's atmosphere 3.5 billion years ago, when life was just beginning on our planet. The chemicals that make up Titan's thick, hazy atmosphere include nitrogen and carbon, elements considered by scientists to be the building blocks or raw materials for life as we know it. With this in mind, NASA and European Space Agency scientists are working on a mission called Cassini-Huygens, which will study Saturn and some of its moons, including Titan. The Huygens probe will descend into the thick Titan atmosphere to study its composition and look for signs of prebiotic chemistry. I spoke with Dr. Marianne Rudisil at NASA Langley Research Center to find out why this distant moon is such an important place to study.
Titan's a really interesting place to explore for a number of reasons. It's a very large moon. It's larger than two of our planets, Mercury and Pluto. But the most interesting thing about it actually is that Titan has a very dense atmosphere. And this atmosphere has a lot of chemistry, interesting chemistry going on. Most of the atmosphere at Titan is nitrogen, a lot like Earth's. It has methane, but it also has a lot of complex organic types of molecules going on. And it has weather as well. And so we think that potentially there are actually clouds on Titan that kind of rain organic molecules down onto the surface and kind of lay out an organic sludge along the surface of Titan. So a lot of scientists believe that in some important ways Titan might actually be very much like what Earth was like in its early days prior to life on our planet. So it's an interesting place to go to kind of look at those processes and understand how life originated on our planet in that type of physical environment.
Dr. Rudisil, is there potential for life on Titan?
Well, that's a really interesting question, actually, and maybe yes and maybe no. And I say that because of this. Maybe yes, because Titan has, as I said, some really interesting and complex organic chemistry going on. But the problem is that chemistry isn't all that it takes to have life. Titan is very far away from our sun, and so it's a very, very cold place. So the problem is that everything is ice, and life as we know it needs access to liquid water. And it also needs a source of energy. So on the one hand, yes, the chemistry could potentially support early life on Titan, but it's not warm enough. It's too cold and it doesn't have access to water and energy that it would need. But you could speculate about some other ways perhaps that it could have liquid water. We know, for example, that meteorites have come to Titan and hit the surface, generating heat and bringing energy with it, and perhaps for certain amounts of time, then that would mean that there could be pools of liquid water there. So it's really interesting to think about and speculate about the possibility of life in other parts and other locations of our solar system, and Titan is a very interesting place to look into those questions, and that's why we're going there.
Once the spacecraft gets to Saturn, how will it collect data? Will it use rovers like the Mars rovers?
No, actually, it's going to be rather different from the Mars mission. We're not sending rovers like Spirit and Opportunity. It won't be trundling around on the surface like we did on Mars. First, we're sending the Cassini spacecraft, and it's an orbiter, and when it reaches Saturn, it'll actually spend the next 4 years there, kind of doing a grand tour through the Saturn system. And one of the things it will do is about 40 flybys near Titan, collect information, kind of a big picture view of Titan. But then in addition to that, we have a Titan probe, Huygens probe, and that was developed by the European Space Agency, and it'll drop down through Titan's dense atmosphere and all the way down. The instruments will be taking all kinds of measurements like the density of the atmosphere and the temperature and altitude and things of that sort. And of course, it's going to be taking a lot of data, a lot of information about the chemistry of Titan's atmosphere, what kinds of things are there and how much. And it'll take about 2 to 2.5 hours to get all the way down through the dense atmosphere. We don't know what it will land in, but it will be able to stay on the surface and then in its local area kind of take some measurements and also radio that information back to the orbiter and back to Earth.
The next generation of science missions to Titan will probably be much different than the missions of today. Because little is known about the moon's geology, one type of mission concept recently developed by NASA would rely on a dirigible type craft to move through Titan's atmosphere, taking multiple measurements over time. This blimp would float above the surface and deploy a small probe to sample Titan's atmosphere, methane crater lakes, and crater rim ice. The probe would be able to analyze the samples on the spot and then relay the information to scientists back on Earth. With Earth nearly 800 million miles away, the probe would need to be almost completely autonomous. This type of craft could conceivably float through Titan's atmosphere for many months, gathering valuable evidence about Titan's chemistry and geology and what that means for us back on Earth. Realistically, what are your expectations? Are you expecting to find life on Titan?
Scientists try to be very objective, and only have attitudes and opinions based upon what we know, of course. And so I think a lot of people are holding back and saying, I don't expect to find life there. It's too cold. Even though we have extremophiles here on our planet that can live in very dry or very cold conditions, it's really cold out there, and there isn't liquid water. So we're not expecting to see anything there. But the nice thing would be is if we could find, I think a lot of people would be very, very happy if we saw some serious complex organic chemistry going on. Prebiotic, clearly prebiotic chemistry would just be wonderful. Going to other destinations in our solar system and then gathering this kind of information could really help us understand how our planet formed and how life originated on our planet. And these were really profound questions, not just to scientists, but to everyone. And so I think it's really interesting and great that NASA can send spacecraft and gather these kinds of data to help us answer those kinds of questions.
After a nearly 7-year journey, Cassini-Huygens entered orbit around Saturn on June 30th, 2004. On Christmas Day of 2004, Cassini released the Huygens probe on its journey toward Titan. Finally, after a 20-day ballistic freefall on January 14th, 2005, the Huygens probe entered Titan's atmosphere. It deployed parachutes and began 2.5 hours of intensive scientific observations while transmitting data to the Cassini spacecraft. After making contact with the ground, the first ever pictures of Titan's surface were finally seen back here on Earth. Coming up, we'll find out more about robotic missions that will pave the way for humans to travel to other planets. But first, did you know that the Cassini mission is studying more than just Saturn and Titan? In fact, recent images by Cassini have shown spectacular evidence that another one of Saturn's moons, called Enceladus, is geologically active. Cassini's cameras have captured pictures of jets of fine icy particles streaming from the moon's south polar region. Because this moon is so far from the sun, it is believed that the energy source for the geyser-like activity is due to internal heating by perhaps radioactivity and tides. Researchers hope to learn more on subsequent flybys by the Cassini craft.
One of NASA's stated goals is to go back to the moon and explore Mars and beyond. To reach these goals in a safe and economical way, NASA planners are using an approach that will first use robotic missions to test equipment and techniques that will eventually be used for human missions. These robotic missions will expand our knowledge base and will help us focus training that will prepare humans for the next step of exploration. To help us understand how this will work, Jennifer Pulley spoke with Mark Saunders at NASA Langley Research Center in an earlier episode.
The history of the space program is very impressive. Since its beginnings in 1958, NASA has grown to be one of the most revolutionary agencies in recorded history. With President Kennedy's goal to reach the moon by the end of the 1960s,
I believe that this nation should commit itself to achieving the goal before this decade is out of landing a man on the moon and returning him safely to the Earth.
and with the backing of the American public, technologies that would have seemed impossible in earlier years were being developed and perfected in record time. This drive and determination has never left the agency. Today, a new generation of researchers are gearing up for the next big step: crewed missions back to the moon, to Mars, and beyond. However, major challenges await. Questions of crew safety, medical concerns, the need for new technology development, and a host of other issues make this goal very daunting. To lead the way, robotic missions are being planned that can give researchers a better idea of what human crews can expect in space. I spoke with Mark Saunders at NASA Langley Research Center to help us understand how these robotic missions will work.
Our robotic missions are actually precursors to what it is that we're trying to accomplish with humans. They're the probes that we're sending out to help us understand what it is that we're getting to when we send people there. They're testing new systems, collecting data about what's actually happening on the planet's surface as well as the atmospheres. We want to make sure that we understand this to the maximum extent so that we're always sending humans in a safe way.
So Mark, what is the definition of a robotic mission?
People think of robots in many different ways, and those of us in the agency actually do that as well. We're making spacecraft. You know, as an example, the Hubble Space Telescope is a robotic spacecraft. It's actually very smart, but we talk to it a lot with people on the ground that kind of tell it what to do on a periodic basis, usually in terms of minutes. But as you get robots that are going farther out into the solar system, they need to really operate a lot on their own because it takes a long time for us to talk to them. So radio waves go out there and it's hours before we hear back from them. So they're actually operating pretty much by themselves.
What can we expect from robotic missions in the next few years?
As all of us have been watching, the Mars exploration rovers have been doing a great job on Mars. Cassini is at Saturn with its Huygens probe. We're planning the next series of missions, both for scientific purposes as well as to prepare us to send people on to the moon and then on to Mars.
The first of these planned robotic missions will be going back to the moon. The goal is to have these robots pave the way for humans by mapping the lunar surface, surveying potential landing sites, and searching for water ice. Now, tapping into water ice could be very important because human explorers could not only convert it into oxygen and hydrogen for breathing, but they could also use the gases to produce rocket propellant for future missions to Mars. In short, these robotic missions will allow NASA planners to design the needed equipment for astronauts to live and work on the moon, while also helping them prepare for future missions to Mars.
One of our biggest concerns is always making sure that our missions are as reasonably safe as possible for the human, as the human participates in it. So when we send out robotic missions to the moon and to Mars, we're trying to understand what the moon and Mars represent in terms of their environmental conditions, what they're made of. Are there any elements there, both in the atmosphere on Mars or on the surface of the moon, that might have some toxic properties? And as well as their physical characteristics, their composition, so that we understand when we build a human spacecraft to go with humans in it, that the system that we send is compatible with the environment that it's going to be in. So that's one major point. The second point is that, like the explorers of old, to the degree that we can use resources that we find, we want to be able to use those resources to help sustain them. And doing this, by the way, reduces the cost. So although it may cost us some to develop the technologies now, when we go, if they don't have to take stuff, it's, we don't have to pay to get it off the surface, and we're not paying to get water off the surface if we can find water there.
So is most of the technology already developed?
Technology is actually the key to what it is that we're trying to do. New technologies will enable us to be more efficient in how we go, allow us to actually take lighter weight systems, cheaper systems, more reliable, safer systems, so that the overall cost to the American taxpayer is dramatically less than the Apollo program.
And we've discussed going to the moon, going to Mars. What other destinations do you foresee for robotic missions?
Obviously, asteroids. And everybody's familiar with asteroids. We certainly have quite a few disaster movies around them. But there are a lot of scientists and engineers who believe that asteroids have the potential for resources that we might actually mine and use. And so one other destination are asteroids. What our strategy is to begin to make small steps towards the moon, to Mars, and then on to destinations beyond that. So we're going to gradually, over the next decades, push our human exploration beyond the boundaries as our robotic explorers find out new things about what's interesting out there.
When humans go back to the moon, they will almost certainly be traveling in vehicles that look very similar to the Apollo spacecraft of the past. These next-generation vehicles will use an improved large blunt body capsule that will have more than 3 times the volume of the Apollo capsules. Coming up, we'll look back at the beginning of the Space Shuttle program. But first, did you know that one major difference being planned for next-generation missions to the moon will be the number of crew members on the surface of the moon? During the Apollo program, only 2 crew members would take the lander down to the surface, while 1 crew member stayed in lunar orbit to maintain the ship. The new system will allow a 4-member crew to transfer to the lunar surface, while automated systems will maintain the crew spacecraft in orbit.
Towards the end of the Apollo program, NASA officials were already thinking about what would be next for the American space program. At that time, the rockets used to place astronauts and equipment into space were designed to be used only once. Although effective, NASA planners decided that they needed a system that was less expensive, reliable, and perhaps most of all, reusable. The idea of a reusable space shuttle that could launch like a rocket and land like an airplane was appealing, and would soon change the way astronauts were traveling into space.
The space shuttle was born on January 5, 1972, when President Richard Nixon authorized the development of reusable vehicles for space exploration. The project became known officially as the Space Transportation System, or STS. It was based on a piloted spacecraft boosted into orbit by a reusable launch vehicle that could return to Earth like an airplane, ready to be used again on short notice. This new vehicle consisted of 3 primary elements: a delta-winged orbiter spacecraft, 2 solid rocket boosters, and 1 external fuel tank. Over a 10-year span, 5 orbiters were built, including the test vehicle named Enterprise, and the 4 space orbiters, Columbia, Discovery, Atlantis, and Challenger. On April 12, 1981, after years of testing and construction,
The first shuttle, Columbia, reached orbit piloted by astronauts John Young and Robert Crippen. The first 4 shuttle flights were collectively called the Orbital Flight Test Program and demonstrated how the spacecraft performed under real spaceflight conditions. During these first 4 flights, NASA tested the shuttle as a launch vehicle, habitat for crew members, freight handler, instrument platform, and aircraft. After the 4th landing, NASA declared the shuttle ready for operation. Since that time, the shuttle program has performed well over 100 missions and has accomplished a number of monumental achievements. In June 1983, Sally Ride became the first American woman in space. The shuttle launched the Magellan spacecraft to Venus, the Galileo spacecraft to Jupiter, and the Ulysses spacecraft to study the Sun. The shuttle also has deployed the Hubble Space Telescope, the Gamma Ray Observatory, and the Upper Atmosphere Research Satellite. Another key milestone came in 1998 when astronaut John Glenn, the first American to orbit the Earth, returned as the oldest man ever to reach space as a member of the crew of Discovery on a 9-day mission. The shuttle has also been instrumental in constructing and outfitting the International Space Station, while also being used to carry large payloads to and from orbit and perform servicing missions on satellites. The design, now approaching its 3rd decade, is still state-of-the-art in many areas, including computerized flight control, airframe design, electrical power systems, thermal protection system, and main engines. Even though the sophisticated shuttle program suffered the devastating losses of the Columbia and the Challenger, its successful missions have made great strides in space travel and exploration during its short history. More than 100 documented NASA technologies from the space shuttle are now incorporated into the tools we use, the foods we eat, and the biotechnology and medicines used to improve health. Although plans are now in the works to retire the fleet, the space shuttle program will forever hold a special place in the history of space travel, not only for its unique design, but for the history and technologies it brought to all of us.
Even though the space shuttle will eventually be phased out, NASA planners still hope to use the proven shuttle main engine and booster technology on next-generation vehicles. Our final story focuses on the advent of GPS. In recent years, the GPS receiver has been one of the most useful tools for professional pilots, drivers, and seafarers. These receivers use geospatial data to identify geographic locations and characteristics of natural and man-made features on the Earth.
These receivers are also being used by hikers, golfers, and fishermen for recreation purposes. However, many people who use this technology still don't know exactly how it works.
Our Johnny Alonso finds out how this complex system helps keep many of us on track and on schedule.
Trying to figure out where you are and where you're going has always been a challenge. Navigation and positioning are crucial to so many activities, and yet the process has not always been easy. Thankfully, the days of navigating by celestial means or landmarks are long gone since the introduction of GPS, or the Global Positioning System. So what is GPS? For some answers, I spoke with Dr. Kevin Dutton at NASA Langley to find out how it works.
GPS stands for the Global Positioning System, and like the name suggests, it's a system to find your location anywhere on the Earth or near the Earth's surface. And the way it does that is by using radio frequency broadcasts from orbiting satellites.
Can you tell me why GPS was originally developed?
It was developed by the Defense Department to meet all of their navigational needs. For example, aircraft and ships at sea. And now even individual soldiers carry little receivers like this in the field to find out where they are.
The Global Positioning System consists of a constellation of 24 satellites and their ground stations working together. GPS uses these man-made stars as reference points to calculate positions accurate to a matter of meters, and in some cases centimeters. As long as you have a GPS receiver and a clear view of the sky and a map, you'll never be lost again. Today, GPS is finding its way into cars, boats, planes, construction equipment, farm machinery, even laptop computers. So how does the system work?
Let's say you're backpacking and you have a receiver with you. You're going to turn on that receiver. Now, the GPS satellites are constantly broadcasting a signal, all 24 of them, but above you at any one time there's only 12 available, and then the other 12 are on the other side of the Earth.
Okay.
So your receiver is going to listen and try to find at least 4 of these satellites directly above you, and then it's going to determine a range to each satellite And it's going to use those ranges and the known locations of the satellites, and it's going to do some mathematical calculations and a process called trilateration, and it's going to figure out where that GPS receiver is. That'll also give you altitude, and it'll give you speed and the direction that you're traveling in.
A standard GPS receiver will not only place you on a map at any particular location, but will also trace your path across a map as you move. If you leave your receiver on, it can stay in constant communication with GPS satellites to see how your location is changing. With this information and its built-in clock, the receiver can give you several pieces of valuable information like how far you've traveled, how long you've been traveling, your current speed and your average speed. Also, the estimated time of arrival at your destination if you maintain your current speed.
There's a lot of uses that they hadn't really thought about when they developed the system. For example, later on it was discovered that if you put multiple antennas on a vehicle, like an aircraft for instance, you could actually get attitude. You could figure out its orientation and whether it was rolling or pitching or yawing. Other things that they didn't realize it could really do were, for instance, seismologists use it for earthquake detection and to find out when tectonic plates are actually shifting apart. It's that good.
Something else.
Yeah. Very interesting.
Sure. So that's how it works. So the next time you want to know where you are or where you're going, don't reach for a map. Reach for your GPS. Now, which button is it here to press for a date for tonight's gathering at church?
That's all for this edition of NASA's Destination Tomorrow. Thanks for joining us. I'm Steele McGonigal.
And I'm Kara O'Brien. For all of us here at NASA, we'll see you next time.
I'm Julie Scardina here at SeaWorld San Diego. Are you ready to get up close and personal glimpses into incredible rescue attempts? A behind-the-scenes look at phenomenal rehabilitation efforts and witness spectacular animal releases? Well, you've come to the right place because SeaWorld and Busch Gardens have been leading the way in animal rescue for a very long time. You know, the Anheuser-Busch Adventure Parks have been committed to wildlife preservation for over 40 years. No other organization has rescued, rehabilitated, and released more animals. SeaWorld and Busch Gardens have rescued 11,000 animals since 1965. And SeaWorld, in the past 5 years alone, has helped more than 3,000 animals, including seals, sea lions, dolphins, whales, sea turtles, and even seabirds. 24/7, 365 days a year, SeaWorld's animal rescue and rehabilitation teams respond to calls for animals in distress, then to be assisted by an expert group of dedicated veterinarians, animal care specialists, and marine biologists. But the Anheuser-Busch commitment reaches far beyond the rescue of a single animal. From Antarctica to the Arctic, SeaWorld and Busch Gardens are working to save some of the planet's most endangered species and habitats. I'll be back shortly to give you an even closer look at which specific species of animals are being helped. In the meantime, let me introduce you to my colleague, Chuck Carreau, as he takes you on some amazing animal rescues. Chuck?
Thanks, Julie. You know, SeaWorld and Busch Gardens have performed some truly amazing rescues. But did you ever stop to wonder why these rescues have to take place at all? Well, sometimes stuff just happens. And of course, you can't control a natural disaster like an earthquake or a hurricane. Other times, events are triggered by humans. In June of 2000, off the coast of Cape Town, South Africa, a sunken freighter caused an oil slick that resulted in the worst bird disaster in history. A worldwide call to action went out, and SeaWorld, along with many others, immediately answered. Just like this little guy here is getting a good chance at surviving, an entire colony of South African penguins and their chicks got a second chance, thanks to a lot of caring hands.
It comes as a surprise to many people to hear that South Africa is home to penguins. These seabirds are a permanent fixture along the southern coast. However, June 23, 2000 marked a fateful day for the penguins when the bulk carrier ship, the Treasure, sank off the coast of Cape Town. About 400 tons of oil spilled from the ship and began washing onto Robben Island, home to nearly 20,000 African penguins. Soon after, shifting weather patterns pushed oil towards Dasson Island, where 56,000 African penguin adults and chicks live. With worldwide numbers totaling only 150,000 birds, this spill threatened almost half of the entire African penguin population. Jay Holcomb, Director of International Bird Rescue and Research Center and on-site manager of the International Fund for Animal Welfare, intimately knows what it takes to pull off a rescue attempt of this magnitude. He discusses what zoological parks and staff bring to a rescue such as this.
To manage this many birds takes a lot of supervision. The volunteers are wonderful. They come in hordes. We have 700, 800, 900 a day to come in, but they all have to be supervised. So what we've done is brought in people from zoos, aquariums, wildlife rehabilitation facilities from around the world that we put under our management system that we've created, and they help us manage the volunteers.
These guys just... With a rescue that totaled over 23,000 oiled birds, people from around the world pulled together to save the penguins. The South African military and thousands of volunteers with varied backgrounds, education, and experience offered whatever time and service could be utilized. With numbers totaling over 40,000 volunteers, the Red Cross set up its own rescue center within a rescue center just to tend to the humans. Once the penguins arrived at the Sandcob Salt River facility, people were propelled into action. Dry pools were set up to keep the frightened penguins contained. As quickly as possible, the penguins were fed and hydrated. SeaWorld aviculturist Alex Ware headed up this part of the rescue process.
Right now we're doing a mixture of force feeding, offered hand feeding for the ones that are starting to get an idea of how to do it, and my team is currently going through and tube feeding some electrolytes to keep the birds going because dehydration is becoming a big issue. Some of these people are just whatever it takes, you know. I mean, they're shoveling dirt, they're scrubbing buckets. You know, everyone wants to help out in any way possible, and after a few days, you know, you try to find something that's a little less physical, because these little penguins, they're extremely strong animals, and even skilled handlers like myself, I'm sporting wounds and scratches and beauty marks, and I'm a careful penguin handler, and it's happening to me, but they keep coming back, and it's amazing.
As quickly as possible after the penguins arrived, they were sent for a washing. Unfortunately, this is a very slow and tedious process, requiring a minimum of 2 people for each bird and almost an hour of time. Then, the birds were rinsed and dried, but not yet ready to be returned to the wild for 2 primary reasons. It takes 4 or 5 days for the penguins to regain their natural oils after washing, and the spill was still a danger zone. So, the Sand Cobb facility became a holding facility as well, and the penguins required special care. They needed crushed shell to keep their feet clean, food, and of course, water. What a difference in energy once these birds could swim. And what an amazing transformation to turn an empty railroad warehouse into a penguin rehab center of this magnitude.
When the spill first happened, they must have known that this was going to, in total, so many penguins, and they knew what kind of space requirements they were going to have, because I walked in, I was like, why do they have that huge factory for these birds? And now we're just filling it up. Every day we're needing another room, and to be able to keep it all central right here in one area rather than satellite rehab stations, everyone doing their own thing. It's a good thing for the animals, and it makes it very easy to coordinate the volunteers.
Another unfortunate detail in this oil spill was the timing. It occurred in the middle of chick rearing season, and both mom and dad take part in raising their young. Parents were swimming through the slick in search of food, returning to the islands oiled, which would eventually make them unable to swim. They were also regurgitating oil to their chicks. Until SeaWorld aviculturist Lauren Dubois and Baltimore Zoo colleague Steve Sorrow arrived in South Africa, it was too much time and effort to focus on saving the younger birds.
Basically what we're trying to do here is most of these birds have just come off the nest, and we're trying to get them to eat. What we're doing is once a day we're coming in and we're doing a force feeding, which is basically picking the bird up, making sure he gets 2 to 3 fish, and then in the afternoon we'll come in and we'll sit in the pens as the birds are getting used to us and try and offer them fish and give them sort of a hand feeding or free feeding. Once they eat on their own and we know that they have a good weight, then we'll go ahead and look at a time when we can release them.
Over 500 chicks were eventually returned to Dassin and Robben Islands, prepared to grow into vital adult penguins, helping to preserve their species. Upon her return, Lauren put it all into perspective.
My experience in South Africa pretty much changed the way that I take care of animals, and anytime I see animals. It was a very stressful situation coming into seeing many animals that had been injured by a man-made disaster, and being able to help take care of those animals and see those animals released and be healthy animals was a tremendous feeling of satisfaction to know that something that I did helped these animals to go back into the wild.
Lauren is an integral part of SeaWorld's new Oiled Wildlife Care Center, which opened its doors in July 2000.
The Oiled Wildlife Care Center is set up to do everything for an animal during an oil spill, and that includes the intake procedures, evaluating the animal, washing the animal, whether it's a mammal or a bird, and also care for the animals and support before the animal would be able to be released.
23,000 oiled birds made the South African oil spill the worst bird disaster in history. But with the dedication and skillful help of so many people from around the world, the worst bird disaster in history ended up to be the most successful rescue attempt to date. Of course, a rescue is always about the animals, but somewhere along the line, it can't help but be about the people as well.
California sea lions like these are abundant off the U.S. West Coast. That's not the case for another pinniped, the very endangered Hawaiian monk seal. Recently, an unusual form of blindness swept through Hawaiian monk seal colonies, putting their already dwindling population in even further jeopardy. SeaWorld San Antonio helped rescue several of these blind seals in an attempt to not only save these few, but learn more about this pinniped in hopes of understanding ways to protect their entire species in the future. It's an amazing thing.
The Florida manatee has a legendary history dating way back before Christopher Columbus. Now, often the source of mistaken identity, this gentle giant has been called everything from a monster to a goddess. Well, whatever label you choose, there's one manatee that can be called just plain lucky. Now, don't mistake him for a reindeer or for a meteor. This is the story of Comet, the Florida manatee that ventured back to Florida by way of Ohio. Ohio.
Slow and gentle, manatees capture the hearts of all that see them. However, seeing them can be somewhat difficult as they come to the surface to breathe. And it's their slowness that may actually increase their chances of being injured by boat collisions, one of several factors that threaten this endangered species today. Manatees and their relatives are found in oceans, bays, and rivers all over the world, although we're looking specifically at the West Indian manatee, which is found throughout the Caribbean and Florida. Manatees are mammals that are completely vegetarian, eating primarily seagrass. But don't let that fool you. They can weigh up to 3,000 pounds. Unless they are mother and calf, manatees typically live a solitary life, although in winter they may migrate with groups in search of warmer waters. The story of Comet starts in January of 1998 in Fernandina Beach, Florida, where he was found with his mother, who had been hit by a boat. SeaWorld's animal rescue team responded to the distress call to find a very injured mother and her year-and-a-half-old calf who was still nursing. The mother, named Mercury, sustained many large wounds on her right side, and SeaWorld vets discovered that she had several broken ribs that were causing a severe infection. Working with veterinarians from the University of Florida, the infected, fractured ribs were removed. Although Mercury began to eat following surgery, her wounds were too severe and she succumbed to them shortly after. The focus then shifted to doing everything possible to save her nursing baby, now known as Comet. Comet received around-the-clock attention and thrived under SeaWorld's care. Fortunately, he was old enough to begin eating on his own, and when he became strong enough, was introduced to other manatees in the rehabilitation area. Then, in June of 1999, Comet was doing well enough that he was one of several manatees transported to the Columbus Zoo's new manatee habitat. How about that? Manatees in Ohio. Doug Wormeltz, Assistant Director of Living Collections at the Columbus Zoo, explains why this is important.
It's important for people in Columbus, in central Ohio, in the Midwest to know about manatees. We use Florida as a vacation spot, and our lifestyles directly impact the survival of these animals, and we need to learn to be responsible, make a choice, and learn how to live with wildlife.
After more than a year of helping to educate guests in Ohio, it was time for Comet to come home. In a collaborative effort between SeaWorld, the Columbus Zoo, and government agencies, a transport and release strategy was designed and executed. Upon his return to SeaWorld Orlando, Comet was prepared for release into the St. Johns River, along with another rescued manatee named Corey.
Comet was released with Corey, a younger animal, today, so hopefully they'll stay together for a while. They're going to encounter the wild manatees that are in the spring, so Comet will probably learn where the food sources are and learn to move back and forth between the river and the spring, but eventually he'll probably go on his own.
SeaWorld Orlando is one of several manatee rescue and rehabilitation facilities in the state of Florida. Equipped with trucks, gear, and staff, they are ready to roll immediately to the scene of a manatee emergency and are set up to treat the animals on site and upon their return to the park. Manatees, the last generation, serves as a home to animals unable to be released and, like the Columbus Zoo exhibit, helps educate visitors about the plight of the manatees.
Every like 10 to 15 minutes they go up for air. Manatee's endangered because of all the boat accidents and red tide and their curiosity.
It may seem like a lot to go through to save one animal, but today, a manatee named Comet swims free, slow and gentle, and brings the overall numbers of this endangered species up by 1. SeaWorld thinks that alone is worth it.
There's almost no problem that can't be solved with good old-fashioned ingenuity. Just ask SeaWorld of Florida. When an injured manatee needed help floating, a specially designed wetsuit came to the rescue. And when a baby manatee needed to nurse, but the mother was unable, SeaWorld developed a manatee milk formula to nourish the calf. It's an amazing thing.
Attaboy. You know, some healthy marine mammals like sea lions, seals, and walruses naturally haul out onto land at times. Now, they might do this to mate, bear their young, or simply to rest. But, you know, sometimes animals haul out because they're ill or injured. In this case, an animal is considered stranded. That means it's helpless and unable to survive under the present conditions. Animals become stranded, well, for many reasons, ranging from disease, toxins, injuries, parasites, entanglement, oil spills, and believe it or not, weather events such as El Nino.
Although the cause of El Nino remains a mystery, it's an ocean event that has far-reaching effects. It might increase rainfall across the southern U.S. while causing horrible flooding in Peru and severe drought in the West Pacific, which might cause devastating brush fires in Australia. Meaning the little boy, or Christ child in Spanish, El Nino got its name since it often arrives around Christmas. During an El Nino, there's a change in normal trade wind strength in the central and western Pacific, which impacts surface water temperatures off the coast of South America. As water temperatures rise, the warmer waters aren't as nutrient-rich as the normal colder waters, and this starts an adverse reaction that moves all the way up the food chain. A lack of nutrients causes some vital plants and animals to die, while others can't survive and thrive in warmer waters, forcing animals that depend on them for their own survival to starve. It might also force animals, fish, and birds to migrate to other areas in an attempt to survive. This often results in animals stranding or ending up in areas not common to their species. And this results in an increase in rescues during an El Nino. SeaWorld San Diego's Assistant Curator of Animals, Keith Yip, explains.
During the El Nino event, we rescued over 350 animals. So far this year, for instance, we've only rescued 35 animals. I'd say the average is about 75 to 80 animals every year, and sometimes around 100, but 350 is an excessive number of animals.
What if you find an animal that appears stranded or abandoned? Observation is the first step. Often, in the case of a youngster, the mother may be off hunting, so unless the animal is in distress, you should simply watch it for a period of time. If the animal does require intervention, contact your local wildlife rescue and rehab agency. Often, humans think they're doing the right thing by intervening. However, these decisions are best left up to the experts that are trained and equipped to deal with these crisis situations. Many things can impact animals and their welfare, including weather. Sometimes nature needs to take its course. Other times, a helping hand, or lots of helping hands working together, is just what the doctor ordered.
SeaWorld California is the first and only zoological park in the world to successfully breed emperor penguins outside of Antarctica. Researchers at Hub SeaWorld Research Institute in California work best in noisy conditions. They studied penguin vocalizations in both Antarctica and at SeaWorld to determine, of all things, gender. Prior to the studies, only the penguins knew who the boys and girls were. Now, we do too. It's an amazing thing.
Sometimes things happen in nature for reasons no one understands, and human intervention becomes a crucial factor in the survival of an animal. This is the story of Callie, the giraffe, that with the help of Busch Gardens caretakers, veterinarians, and designers, stood just a little bit taller and a whole lot steadier on her feet.
There's no question that Busch Gardens Tampa is a fun and exciting theme park. But did you know that what looks like a cool place to see animals is serving a major worldwide function? Several animals housed at Busch Gardens and SeaWorld are actually part of breeding programs, which help ensure the overall survival of threatened and endangered species. Every day, guests at the park can get a glimpse of the newest additions to the Busch Gardens family by stopping by the nursery. Not all animals in the nursery are endangered or threatened. Sometimes, for various reasons found in nature, the mother is unable or unwilling to care for her offspring, or the baby may be sick or need special care. This was the case with Callie the giraffe. Callie, a reticulated giraffe, was born prematurely at Busch Gardens Tampa. Normally, giraffes can get up and walk on their own within minutes after birth. Callie, however, was just too weak to support herself. Weighing just 75 pounds at birth, she needed round-the-clock nursing care for the first 5 days. She was then able to stand up, but her forelegs needed support. Busch Gardens veterinarian Dr. Noah Abumadi determined that Callie's legs could be supported with braces, which would allow her to walk and strengthen her weak legs and joints. Shriners Hospital for Crippled Children was called to assist in the evaluation and design of the braces. A little extra support was just what Callie needed to boost her confidence. With her newfound stability, she was able to be walked and exercised, growing more sturdy as each day passed. Eventually, she was strong enough to walk and run on her own, where she joined the other Busch Gardens giraffes on the open veldt. Not only are breeding programs important as a way of increasing population numbers of a species, but also genetic diversity. SeaWorld aviculturist Rob Yorty explains.
When you're actually thinking about possibly releasing an animal, you don't want any latent genetic problems in their traits that could come out when the animal's actually released out in the wild and reproduces. So by this way of having a very large number of animals, we can keep track of all their genetics and make sure we don't have any weaker individuals, so to speak, that may be part of a reintroduction program.
Zoological parks provide fun and entertainment, no doubt. But look below the surface and you'll discover dedicated people devoted to conserving and preserving animal welfare, diversity, and population. Global concern on a local level.
Like Magellanic penguins, the Lear's macaw is also from South America. One difference is the Lear's macaw is in extreme peril as more and more of its habitat is being harmed. Busch Gardens supports efforts to protect this beautiful bird and its food source and has sent researchers to study its behavioral patterns and monitor nest sites in order to gain insight into how the Lear's macaw can survive. In addition, Busch Gardens is the only zoological park in the world to have successfully bred the Lear's macaw. It's an amazing thing.
Rescuing a marine mammal like a seal or a sea lion is hard work. But can you imagine what it's like rescuing an animal the size of a gray whale? Well, size is only one thing that makes this next story the most amazing animal rescue of all.
It was a fateful day in January 1997 when an abandoned gray whale beached herself near Marina del Rey, California. The whale was only a few days old when she was rescued and brought to SeaWorld San Diego. Only 14 feet long and 1,500 pounds, the little whale was found to be dehydrated and almost comatose. She was so weak that animal care team members had to hold her upright in the water and swim her around the medical pool. The outlook was not good. Dr. Jim McBain gave the grim findings.
Well, the animal is in pretty weak condition. It's dehydrated. It's very short on energy resources, energy supplies. It's very thin. The prognosis for full recovery is no better than poor at this point.
But with the dedication of the SeaWorld staff giving round-the-clock care, the little whale known as JJ overcame the odds. JJ was put on a specially formulated diet made up of a mixture of heavy cream, minced fish, and vitamins. She was hand-fed the formula at first and gained weight at an astounding rate. Eventually, JJ was introduced to solid food and was eating on her own. JJ thrived at SeaWorld, and as she grew, so did her pool. She became the center of attention as people from around the world followed her progress and visited her in San Diego. It gave so many the opportunity to get their first real-life look at a gray whale. There's much yet to be learned about gray whales, their patterns and habits. JJ gave us the opportunity to learn a tremendous amount about gray whales, their needs, and requirements. As JJ grew, it was discovered that her vocalizations didn't show the wide range of sounds gray whales normally make. It's known that these vocalizations play a very important communication and navigation role in the wild. With the help of audio technology, researchers piped different whale vocalizations into her pool as she was feeding. They hoped that when JJ was released back into the sea, she would recognize these calls and sounds and follow them to other gray whales. After 13 months of constant care, literally tons of food, and lots of love, it was time for JJ to be released. She was well over a year old, weighed 17,000 pounds, and measured almost 31 feet in length. It was no small task to design the equipment, gear, and strategy to transport JJ to the sea. On March 31st, 1998, in a bittersweet mixture of laughter and tears, JJ was released. After only a few days, she scraped off her tracking devices, so there was no way to follow her. She was released as the gray whales were making their way north to the colder Arctic waters. Hopefully, after learning their sounds, being taught to eat, and thriving so well at the park, she connected with the other whales and has been making the annual migration with them ever since. The story of JJ is truly one of the most incredible rescue and rehab stories in which SeaWorld and the world has been involved. The story of a little whale that taught us more than we could imagine, that taught us to believe in miracles. The story of a little whale that will leave her footprint on our hearts forever.
We've seen that things can happen at the hands of humans that may affect wildlife, like boating accidents with manatees and oil spills. We also know that some things are beyond our control, like weather events such as El Nino, and we understand that sometimes, well, nature just has a mind of her own, as seen with the stranding of animals like sea lions or whales. But even though we may not always be a part of the problem, we can be a part of the solution. On behalf of Anheuser-Busch Adventure Parks, this is Chuck Carreau thanking you for joining me in some of the world's most amazing animal rescues.
I hope you enjoyed your journey. And rest assured, as long as there are animals that need help, SeaWorld and Busch Gardens are committed to playing their part in rescue, rehabilitation, and release.
this morning. I see lots of smiles. I do. We are so happy to be here today. What a great crowd. I want you to thank Miss Lorna for this summer reading program. Let's give her a hand. I have known Miss Lorna for many, many years. Love her to death. Used to drive the bookmobile over here. Met her then. Miss Donna and I used to be at Smyrna. I got so many ties into LaVergne. I just absolutely love it. This fella over here is just awesome. You're going to see that in just a minute. This is my cousin Jesse. His granny and my mama, his granny and my daddy are brother and sister. That's how we're kin. So, all of his grandparents, both of his grandparents were on the Grand Ole Opry. So naturally, Jesse said, I'm going to play too. Guys, he's only 17 and he started when he was 4. Okay? Isn't that awesome? So I'm so glad to have him. Give him a hand. So the two of us together make up the Imagine That crew. That's us, all right? We just put our heads together one day and said, boy, can you imagine that crew together? And look what happened. There we are. We're going to have a lot of fun today, guys. I have all kinds of cool stuff. Jesse has written songs. He's going to play some music that is just too cool, okay? Are y'all ready to have some fun? Yeah! Are you ready? I need to know if you're happy and you know it, because I forgot my coffee this morning, so you got to help me wake up. Will you do that for me? Okay, stand up, guys. Here we go. Now, last time, Jesse tricked me, and he kept going faster and faster and faster and ran off and left me when we did this song. You think we can do it? Think we can do it? I think so. Here we go. You ready? If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. Oh, if you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. Oh, if you're happy and you know it, jump up and down. If you're happy and you know it, jump up and down. Oh, if you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it. If you're happy and you know it, jump up and down. What else do we do? He's getting faster and faster. What do we do? What? Clap our hands again. Okay, here we go. You ready? If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. You got it, Sandy. I love it. 1, 2, 3, 4, bottoms on the floor. Awesome. Thank you for our waist down. Let's stretch that left arm. Oh, no, right. Let's stretch that right arm. You ready? Oh, yeah. Let's stretch that left arm. Oh, yeah. I think we're up now. Hey, guys. Your summer reading program this year, what's the theme? Raise your hand if you can tell me the theme or the title of your summer reading program. What you got, babe? Dream Big, Read. I love it. Boy, we went somewhere, I forget where it was, and all of them just looked at me. They didn't have the same theme. Whoops. So anyway, but you guys are the same as us. Dream Big, Read. Now, I have a question for you. There's 2 kinds of dreaming, right? One's where you go sleep. Let's go sleep. You ready? Take a nap. And it's where you dream. And you hear some music and you have dreams like that, right? Okay, everybody wake up. Then there's another dream. You're going to dream about or have in mind what you want to be when you grow up. That's another dream. So raise your hand if you know what you're going to be. I'm going to find out a little later, but raise your hand. So do you understand the difference? One is where we go to sleep and we're dreaming, right? And one is where we know what we're going to be and we're going to dream to be that when we grow up. Got it? Got it? Awesome. Well, you know what? Our friend Varmint came today, and I kind of forgot to tell Varmint what our theme was. So he's going to need y'all's help. Major. Are y'all ready? Let's go get him. I think he's back here. Did we put him back here, Jess?
I think he's back here.
Okay, let's go sing. Let's go sing. 1, 2, 3. Varmint! Oh my goodness. Say good morning, Varmint. Good morning. Oh, why are you shaking? What's the matter? I'm a little nervous right there. I didn't know we were coming today. What is it, Varmint? We got to do our summer reading program. That's exactly lady right there. Why are you ordering? We're not at Sonic. Did I sleep through Sonic? You did. You slept through Sonic. I'll feed you when we get through. Does that work? Okay. All right. Well, we got to do our show and then we'll eat. Sound good? Okay. He likes to eat a whole lot, guys. But anyway, we are doing the summer reading program, and it's called Dream Big Read. Aw, what's the matter, Norman? That just means, what do you want to be when you grow up? I don't want to grow up. Aw. Can you say, aw? He doesn't want to grow up, guys. Well, I tell you what. Let's talk about some things that maybe you could be when you grow up. Anybody got any ideas? And maybe Varmint can go look. What you got, buddy?
I can be small when I grow up.
Yeah, what do you think Varmint could be when he grows up? Any ideas? Let's give him some hints. What you got, baby?
I'll be a builder.
And build a Sonic right there. Yeah, you can build a Sonic. One of them told you yesterday to be a store manager, didn't you? Yeah, yeah. All right, well, tell him bye. I want you to go in your house. I want you to look around for some things. Got it? Here we go. Say bye, Varmint. Bye. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, okay. He's got to stop eating so many burgers. He's not going to fit in his house anymore. Did you know that? All right, let's do a song that Jesse has written. And this is called Nobody Like Me. And you know what? There is nobody like you. Did you know that? There is nobody in this world like you. Are there 24 Jessies running around? No. We'd have music everywhere, wouldn't we? Is there 7 Cheyennes running around? No, I'm her mommy. I'm glad. All right, guys, we are going to do this song because it's Nobody Like Me. And you're going to put your hands in the air. And then when you hear the word me, you're going to point to yourself and say me. Because this is just for you. Everybody stand up.
Nobody quite like me. Nobody quite like me. I'm one of a kind. From head to my toes, there's nobody quite like me. Nobody quite like me. Nobody quite like me. No matter how hard I try, originality shines. There's nobody quite like me.
Ready? Here's our part.
I'm round and I'm tall. I'm short and I'm slow.
But you know what?
There's nobody quite like me.
Here comes the dreaming. Ready?
Nobody dreams like me. Nobody dreams like me. I think all the time with big dreams in mind. There's nobody dreams like me. I learn while I grow, go the places I'll go.
But you know what?
There's nobody quite like me.
Awesome. Is there anybody like you? No. Very good. Give yourselves a hand. You are awesome. Give yourselves a hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, bottoms on the floor. All right. I see some books over here. Miss Lorna, if we read a book, can we put it on our summer reading list? Woo! Let's read a book. Are you ready? Jesse, I love this book, but it just needs something. It just needs like some sound. It does. It needs sounds. Could you help us do some of that?
I'll do that.
He'll do that. Did you hear him? He'll do that. Where am I going to sit so we can hear? Let me grab this over here. Grab this book. And then, let's see what kind of sound Jesse has. Are you ready? This is called Reach for the Stars. Reach for the Stars. And other advice for life's journey. Sound pretty cool? Life's journey. Let's see. You know what? You've got your whole world ahead of you. Every dream and everything you want to be, you have ahead of you. If you work hard, you can do it. it'll be smooth sailing. Can you do that with me? Smooth sailing. And other times, it'll be a bumpy ride with a fork in the road. Is there going to be forks in the road when we grow up? No. Somebody the other day said, a fork in the road. We said, no, not a real fork, right? Uh-oh. You may feel like a fish out of water. And you may even feel like a small fish in a big pond. And like when you go to college and there's 50,000 people in college with you. That's what my little boy said. I said, you'll be all right. You'll be fine. Well, that's your chance to make a splash. If you sink like a stone, feeling like you're over your head. Oh, did you hear that? Look at his head. Oh, he's sunk. You'll be all right because it seems that you'll be fighting an uphill battle. My goodness. Oh, but what better time to reach for the moon and shoot for the stars. Let's grab the star. Here it comes. Hold it in your lap. Hold it in your lap. Uh-oh. You won't always be top dog. Oh, in fact, sometimes you'll be in the doghouse. Thanks, Dad. That's helping. Uh-oh, we gotta get on our horse. Are you ready? Let's get on our horse. You ready? Then we gotta ride. You hear that? Here we go. So you have to dust yourself off and get right back in the saddle. If you keep a cool head and use a little, hold out your arm. Something's wrong with y'all's elbows around here. You know that? What is that? A little elbow grease. That's what you have to use. That's what my granny used to say. You put a little elbow grease in it, it'll come out good. You know that? That's what she used to say.
I use elbow grease.
You can blaze your own trail. Are you ready? And march to the beat of your own drum. He's doing his drumming. Oh, this one's good. You keep your eye, do this with me, eye on the prize. And you might just hit the jackpot. Everybody say, whoop, whoop, whoop. Yeah. But you know what? If not, there's always time to start from scratch and turn the page. Something's not working? Grab your heart. It's okay to have a change of heart. And sometimes you will make mountains out of molehills. Oh, this might hurt too. Oh, but you may still want to be on pins and needles sometimes. And the grass will seem greener on the other side. But you know what's going to help you to get to the other side? Friends. Did you know that? This table wants to tell you something, and I don't want you to ever forget it. As long as we have friends, Mama and Daddies, is this all true? When we have our friends, we have everything, don't we? Don't we? We have, that's right, we have everything. So you guys don't forget it. But, you know, friends will bend over backwards to help you, and soon you'll be rolling in the clover. This one, it says, when you have all your ducks in a row. Does that mean we have to go buy a bunch of ducks? No. No, what does that mean? When you're, it means a duck crossing. It means that you have everything in order. And you know what? Put out your wings, guys. Because soon you can spread your wings. And fly. And that is reach for the stars. Pretty good advice, huh? Yeah, pretty good advice, huh? I'm ready to dance. Are you ready to dance? Let's dance. I want to see some dancing, some moving. Here we go. Woo! here. All right, have a seat, sweetheart. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is on the floor. You know what? I wonder how Varmint's doing. Should we check on him? Yes. Think he's found anything that he wants to be? I sure hope so. 1, 2, 3, Varmint! Here's some. Oh, goodness, buddy. Oh, goodness. Oh, you are so heavy. You didn't bring them down. I don't know what that's all about. Let's see. Let's lay right here. Have you found something that you want to be, Varmint? Have you found something? You have. Okay. All right. Put the first one on. Okay, ready? Oh, my. Varmint. Can Varmint be a bee, guys, when he grows up? But I love honey right there. I know you love honey, but you've got to be something different. Let's try. What else you got? Can he be a kitty cat, guys? Jesse, is there any help? You guys have been looking at each other. You know what I think they're doing? I think they're cooking something up. I have to watch both of them. Are y'all cooking up something? Oh, they are. What are you doing, Jen? What? What are you doing? Just hold on right there. Oh, okay. All right. Oh, goodness. What on earth are you? Oh, my. What is a concert pass and sunglasses? Uh-oh. What does Varmint want to be, guys? A rock star. A rock star. What are you going to sing, Varmint? Oh, with my hair back and forth. With my hair. Did y'all have this planned yet? Oh, you didn't. Oh, he didn't have one. Well, I like your song. We may have to work on the hair and the glasses a little bit. What do you think? But he wants to be a rock star, y'all.
You can be whatever you want to be.
Oh, say that loud.
You can be whatever you want to be.
Ethan, you're hired. All right? He's awesome. Marster, that might work, but I don't know. Let's go clean up your house and we'll come back. All right? Let's have some friends come up and let's see if they can help us a little bit. Does that work? All right. I don't want to take that hair. Okay. You ready?
Show it.
Let's see. Gonna be a bumblebee and a mine. All right. I think that's his own person. Hey, is anybody? I want you to tell me. Raise your hand and tell me what you would like to be when you grow up. Ethan?
I would like to be a soldier for the army. And I want to be a werewolf.
This child stole my heart in like 30 seconds. That is awesome. Good job, buddy. What you got, darling? What do you want to be? A police officer? I want you to stand right here. I want you to stand right here. What you got, bud? A dolphin trainer. Oh, if I'd have brought that outfit, that'd have been awesome. What do you want to be? A doctor. Come stand right here. What do you want to be, darling? A what? A nurse. Oh, that's so wonderful. I need a boy. What you got? A basketball player. Very cool. Anybody want to be a fireman? You want to be a fireman? Come here. Stand right here. What else have I got? Oh, a chef. Does anybody ever wanted to cook and be a chef? I need a boy. I love my girls, but I need a boy. Ethan, have you ever wanted to be a chef?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, and hey, there is another thing I want to do. Well, for the army, I do want
How about that? We'll do all that other stuff later. Woo! All right. Y'all ready? All right. Don't fall, don't fall. Okay. I have the chef outfit. I called some of my dear friends and I said, I want to take some of your outfits with me this summer because I want to see what our friends look like that are dreaming about what they want to be. So here's what we're going to do. Am I going to lose Ethan in this big old jacket today? I think so. Ethan, are you ready? He's a dancer chef, y'all. Ready? Okay, here. Hold your spoon. Hold your spoon. Oh. All right. Where's my police officer? Oh. This is real, guys. Look at this. This is from a SWAT team officer in Smyrna. I called him and he let us borrow this. Is that too cool or what? Put that on. I put this on my girl and Lebanon. She said, my mama's the sheriff in this town. I said, oh my. What do you think about that? Is it heavy? It's not heavy? All right. What else we got over here, guys? Oh, where's my doctor? Are you my doctor? I might lose you too. I don't know. This came from a dear friend of mine that is actually a dentist. But he let us borrow it so we can talk about a doctor. Ethan's gonna dance like cooks for us. You know that? Now, my dear friends at Amable Fire Department, let us use this. And here's the deal. You can't fall in the floor because this is heavy. Are you ready? Okay. Can his neck do it, guys? That's right. You hear your rocky music? Okay, here we go. Here we go. Oh! All right. Woo! Give him a hand. Oh, there you go. Face Steve. Oh, face Steve. They want you to face that way, she said. All right. Guys, we are going to go around now. We're going to interview our friends, and we're going to see just how long they have wanted to be these people. Ethan is going to tell me. How long have you wanted to be a chef?
Well, ever since I started helping my dad cooking eggs.
Cooking eggs. It all started with cooking eggs. Give Ethan a hand. This is what he's going to look like, guys. That's right. That's right. Okay, now I can't talk to you. Something ain't happening here. Oh, there you are. How long do you want to be a fireman?
I don't know.
Forever? Forever, guys. Say, aww. Okay, now, the deal is, when you're the police officer, she can't give any of us a ticket, right? No tickets when you grow up. Is that the deal? How long have you wanted to be a police officer? Since you were 1 year old. How cool is that? Give her a hand, guys. Now, this is who's going to take care of us. This is who's going to help us. How long do you want to be a doctor?
Ever since I went to the doctor.
Ever since you went to the doctor. You must have had a good experience. Did you? No shots?
I had kind of 2 shots in one day. I was still dreaming to be one of them.
But she still wanted to do it after 2 shots. That's right. That's exactly right. Give all of your friends a hand. A musician also, Ethan would like to be. I think you need to be a dancer. That's what I think. Anyway, guys, what do they need to do to become and be all of these people? What do they need to do? They need to train, and they need to dream, right? They need to dream and work hard. I heard it. Need to work hard. Exactly. All right, if you all will take off your outfits right there where you are, if you can get. Are you all right? Fall off the step. Don't fall off the step. I know. Jacket, suit. Yes. Okay. Okay. Awesome. Now we know what you're going to look like. Look how neat. Look how neat. Boy, y'all are just awesome. Good deal. All right, Ethan. I want you to go back here. We're fixing to dance again. Are you ready? Here we go. Y'all can have a seat too. Good job, guys. Good job. All right. Mr. Jesse. He wrote a song. Who remembers the song Beat It? Anybody remember that song by Michael Jackson?
I think it is.
Oh, yeah. You know what we forgot to do? Armit forgot to do something. Jesse's got a surprise for him. And they talked about this too. Are you ready? And then we'll do our song. What we want to do. Everybody stand up. We're going to read it. Here's your job, okay? I'm going to hold the microphone out when it's your turn so it can come through the microphone, okay? So you're going to have to say it nice and loud. When I say read it, you're going to say? Read it. When I say read it, you're going to say? Read it. Awesome, you got it. Ethan, get your dancing shoes, buddy. Here we go. This is a good one. It's got a good beat to it and everything. Y'all ready? Bend your knees a little bit. Everybody stand straight up. Bend your knees a little bit. Here we go. Oh, he's finding it. It's got to be just right. There it is. You hear it? Here
Laying back and there's nothing to do. I'm thinking really hard, trying to get a clue. But then I realized there's no need to be blue if I read it. Just read it. I thought it over and I have a great plan. I read some Dr. Seuss because he is the man. There's a book on my bed that I know I haven't read, so I read it. Just read it. Getting lazy and I'm running out of time. I need to read a book before I lose my mind. My worries go away and all will be okay if I read it. Just read it.
or Jesse could do some sounds on the keyboard. What do you want to do? Jesse, raise your hand for Jesse. Yeah, you won, Jesse. Here we go. All right, I'm gonna sit right here. I don't know what he's gonna do. Let's see. What is that? Anybody know? It's a movie.
It makes me feel like I'm a Jedi.
Almost. What?
It makes me feel like I'm a Jedi.
Makes you feel like a Jedi. What movie, darling? Pirates of the Caribbean. Good job. Good job. What else you got, Jim? Here we go. Only my favorite. That's right. Mamas, this might be for us. Anybody know? Anybody know? What? Snoopy? Sounds a little bit like it. What? Everybody knows Snoopy! Good job. All right. Now, are you going to do what I think you're going to do? Okay. Mamas, Jesse knows all about music when we were growing up. I'll put it that way. Okay? And he loves Journey, and he loves all of those things. So let me tell you, if you need to holler when he plays this next one, feel free. You ready? Here we go. Okay, what else you want to do? He wants to do sounds. You want to do some sounds? Let's figure out what they are. All right, crisscross applesauce. Did you do that? Here we go. I hear. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh. Very good. I like his keyboard. How about y'all? Pretty cool, huh?
We got our own applause.
It's got its own applause, that's right. I love it. Guys, I thank you so much for being here today. Are we going to sign up for the reading program? You already did? Raise your hand. Awesome. Wonder how many books they've read, Jesse. You want to find out? You want to find out how many books? 10 books. Who's read 10 books? I know it's early, but you never know. Oh, not yet. How about 5 books? Awesome. You're on your way. You're on your way. How much? 3 books. Well, 3 books is 3 books. How about 1 book? How many? She's read 40 books. How many? 20. Oh, I'm so proud of you. 1,000. He read 1,000. Give me 5. Awesome. Mama's back here going, All right, guys. I think everybody in this room's a firecracker. Do you want to hear a firecracker pop? Let's see if we can do it. Stand up and let's do it.
Hi, I'm Lynn Swan, former Pittsburgh Steeler, ABC Sports commentator, and chairman of the President's Council on Physical Fitness and Sports. It's my goal to teach kids everywhere the importance of physical activity in their daily routine. You may not know it, but one of the Treehouse detectives has forgotten how to keep in shape. Stay tuned and find out if the Treehouse detectives can work together to get themselves and their friend back on track to compete for the President's Awards for Physical Activity and Fitness. And remember, whether you're catching passes in the Super Bowl or just playing outside with friends, you're not just having fun, you're keeping fit. Find out how in the NASA Sci-Files, the case of the Physical Fitness Challenge.
Be sure to look for the answers to the following questions. Why is physical activity important? How do muscles help us move? Which body system works closely with muscles? When you see this icon, the answer is near. I don't get it. There must be lack of oxygen on this beach because, I'm in excellent shape, but I'm still tired.
Well, no offense, RJ, but you don't exactly look like a winner from last year's Presidential Fitness Challenge.
What? I'm in the same shape I was a year ago.
I don't know. You didn't run cross-country this year.
I still exercise. At least I think I still exercise.
Suit yourself. I'm getting into shape. I like being fit. Besides, I want to make sure I earn the Presidential Fitness Award again this year. I gotta keep moving.
What if Kaylee is right? What if I'm not as physically fit as I thought? I look good, and I feel good, but it's difficult keeping up with Kaylee. I remember taking my physical in the fall, but that was 6 months ago. I could have a problem. What's happened?
Hey, RJ. I know what you need. You need the problem board.
Of course, the problem board. So what do we know?
We know that the President's Fitness Challenge test is in 6 weeks and that there are 5 parts to the competition.
Partial curl-ups, sit and reach, pull-ups, the mile run, and BMI.
Right, body mass index. Good job, RJ.
We also know that I'm not as in shape as I previously thought.
So what do we need to know?
We need to find out how to develop an exercise program that will help me in the Presidential Fitness Challenge.
When was your last physical? You might need to get another one before you start a new exercise program. Remember, safety first.
Definitely. So where do we go?
I remember Tony talking to Beth Shepard about exercise programs for astronauts. I'm sure she can help us.
Of course, astronauts. And I think Tony's in Houston right now. I don't know what kind of physical shape he's in, but I'm sure he can help us.
And Bianca's connecting with some astronauts in Dundee, Scotland.
Dundee, Scotland. I think I read an article in the newspaper about Dundee. A school in Houston challenged a school in Dundee to get involved in the Presidential Fitness Challenge.
Is that why the astronauts are there?
I'm not sure. But if it has to do with fitness, it would be good if they're involved.
I'm really glad that Kaylee's encouraging RJ to get in shape for the upcoming Presidential Fitness Challenge. I feel pretty good myself, but we certainly have a lot to learn. In fact, Mr. William Eminent, a friend of Beth Shepard's at NASA Johnson Space Center, agreed to help us learn more about exercise. I exercise quite a bit, but what exactly is exercise?
Exercise is any physical activity that raises your heart rate or makes you work hard to push, to pull, or to lift something, such as your body weight or a barbell.
Is exercise the same for everyone?
No. It's different for everyone depending on your interests and abilities. For example, your grandmother may enjoy walking. Your dad might like to mow the yard. And your mom or sister might enjoy going to the gym to lift weights or run on a treadmill.
My friends and I enjoy playing basketball. Is it exercise if you're having fun?
Of course, and best of all, you enjoy it. It's important to do physical activities that you like. That way you'll be more active.
I enjoy tracking market fluctuations on the internet and playing video games. Is that exercise?
Sorry, they're not exercise. Remember, exercise is when moving your body.
Why is physical activity so important?
It helps to keep your body healthy. Aerobic activities such as jogging, riding a bicycle, or swimming help to keep your heart healthy. Resistive exercises such as lifting weights or even playing hopscotch help to make your muscles and bones strong.
How much physical activity should I get?
When you're young, you should get about an hour every day.
That's easy to do, because I love playing basketball and soccer. But why does NASA need to study exercise?
NASA understands the importance of keeping the body healthy, especially when traveling in space. When astronauts are in space, their bones and muscles weaken because of reduced gravity. If they're too weak, they won't be able to do things like spacewalks or eventually to walk on Mars.
Do astronauts have to do special exercises before they go into space?
While on Earth, astronauts exercise just like us. However, there are some limitations when they go to space. Of course, they can't play soccer or basketball.
So how do they exercise?
In space, they use a strength training machine to keep their muscles and bones strong. They also exercise on a treadmill and stationary bike. Of course, NASA is also developing new technology such as ARED, the Advanced Resistive Exercise Device, to provide more resistive exercise in space.
Wow, I didn't realize how much physical activity is involved in space travel.
Working in space is very challenging. During a spacewalk, for example, astronauts might have to use their hands for up to 8 hours.
So do astronauts have to exercise their hands?
Yes, they do. Here, put your fingers close together in this power web. Now try to spread them apart.
It's really hard to open my fingers.
The power web creates resistance that the muscles in your hand have to overcome. If you train these muscles consistently, over time they'll get stronger.
Thanks, Mr. Eminette. Now that I've learned about the importance of exercise, I need to learn more about muscles.
Good idea. Dr. Hagen studies muscles. Let's go see if he's available.
Great. I can use the exercise.
Remember, to be physically fit, you need to exercise on a regular basis for your whole life. Come on, let's go see Dr. Hagen.
Dear Sci-Fi's Kids Club members in Dundee, Scotland, you'll love working with the NASA astronauts. They work really hard to stay physically fit to prepare for the extremes of space travel. I hope you can keep up. If you do, you'll have no trouble in the Physical Fitness Challenge with Schultz Middle School in Houston. We're also working on getting physically fit, and we're more than happy to share our research with everyone. In fact, Tony's meeting with Dr. Hagen about muscles right now.
Let me tell you a little bit about muscle. Muscle is a type of tough, elastic tissue that pulls your bones to help you move.
Sounds complex.
Let's take a look at this yarn to get an idea of what muscles look like. What do you see?
There are several small pieces of yarn wrapped around each other to make one thicker piece of yarn.
That's correct. If you will look more closely, you will see that there are even smaller yarn fibers making up each of the smaller strands of yarn. Muscles are made of bundles of smaller and smaller tissue fibers.
Are all muscles the same?
No. There are more than 600 muscles in the body and 3 types of muscle tissue. Smooth muscles are found inside the blood vessels. Cardiac muscle is found in the heart. However, the majority of our muscles are skeletal muscles. They are attached to the bones and provide the force to move our bones, do work, and provide power for our movement.
So, skeletal muscles help us move?
Yes, skeletal muscles are attached to bones. When the muscles contract and become shorter, they pull the bones closer together. Take a look at this arm model.
It doesn't look much like an arm.
Okay, let's use your imagination. The vertical ruler represents the bone in the upper arm. The horizontal ruler represents the bones in the forearm. Where they connect is called a joint.
And the string represents your muscle.
I can see your imagination is working. What do you think will happen when you pull the string?
The forearm will rise.
Very good. Go ahead and try it.
That's cool. It reminds me of a simple machine, a lever.
Yes, we can think of our bodies as a series of simple machines. However, Each muscle in the body can pull in only one direction, so muscles must work in pairs. One muscle or group of muscles makes the joint angle smaller, while a different muscle group pulls it back to its original position.
So muscles work together, like a team.
Right. Muscles need physical activity and proper nutrition, just like the rest of your body. They also need to rest after they've worked so they can recover their energy and grow stronger.
Is it important to have really strong muscles?
You don't have to be Superman, but you do need to be active to maintain muscle health.
How do we keep our muscles healthy?
By good stress.
Wait a minute. I thought stress was bad for you.
There are all kinds of stress. Walking, carrying packages, and sweeping the floor are physical stress. Doing crossword puzzles and reading are types of mental stress. There is also emotional stress, such as receiving a bad grade on a test or walking into a surprise party.
So what is a good stress for our muscles?
Physical activity can lead to good stress. Muscles grow and rebuild as a result of physical stress, and stress can lead to an increase in muscle strength and muscle endurance.
Thanks, Dr. Hagen. It sounds like we need to take a closer look at our good stresses.
You're welcome. I'm glad I could help. Good luck on your project today.
Hi, Dr. D. We came to learn about your exercise program.
We didn't realize you were working on your car.
No problem. I'm going jogging later, but now I have to change the spark plugs on my car. It's amazing. They only cost about $8, but if they're worn or dirty, the car simply won't function properly.
How is that possible?
Interconnected parts make a system operate. The spark plugs in all parts of the car work together in a system.
That sounds like a scientific principle.
We know that systems are collections of objects that interact and work together.
Very good. Systems like my automobile are often made of subsystems. For example, one subsystem of my car is the fuel system, which includes the gas tank, gas line, and fuel pump.
Don't forget the carburetor or fuel injector. That's what supplies the mixture of air and fuel to the engine.
How do you know so much about cars?
Well, when you think about it, it's not too long till I'll be getting my driver's license.
These spark plugs are part of the electrical system, which also includes the battery, starter, and alternator.
I know that cars have a radiator that keeps the engine cool. Is that part of a cooling system?
That's right. Now, if only one part of one subsystem does not function, the car won't run as it should.
Is that true of all subsystems?
Well, almost. For example, if your radio doesn't work, the car will still run.
That's debatable.
I can't imagine a long trip without the radio.
What's the most important subsystem?
You're trying to trick us, Dr. D. They all work together to make the car run. They are all important.
Very good. Because you're interested in exercise, let's talk about the body system and its subsystems.
We learned about body systems in the case of the biological biosphere.
What subsystem of the body is like the electrical system of a car?
That would be the nervous system. It sends messages through the body and ties everything together.
And the fuel system?
Well, the human heart is like the fuel pump. Just as it pumps fuel to the engine, the human heart pumps blood and oxygen to all parts of the body.
I understand that you've been studying muscles. What does a car have that's similar to muscles?
I would say the motor and the drivetrain, because it provides the force to move the car, and the muscles do the same for the body.
So what body system works closest with the muscles?
Well, we learned that there are 3 different types of muscles, the skeletal muscles being the most numerous. So I would say the skeletal system.
Excellent reasoning.
It looks like we need to investigate more about bones. Can you recommend someone for us to talk to?
I certainly can. Why don't you contact Dr. Scott Smith at NASA Johnson Space Center? He studies bones and how reduced gravity environments affect them.
Thanks, Dr. D. Good luck with the tune-up.
You're welcome. Bye.
So what's up? Should the Treehouse detectives increase their physical activity? Why is RJ still so tired? Is there something more to being physically fit? Find out in the next exciting chapter of The Case of the Physical Fitness Challenge.
During the investigation, be sure to look for the answers to the following questions. How does physical activity help your bones? Where do bones get their strength? What are nutrients? What is a calorie? When you see this icon, the answer is near. It says here that the Presidential Fitness Award involves challenges for individual students, entire schools, and even adults. I really need to get in shape. I would hate to let down the entire school. I guess this is what Dr. Hagen meant when he talked about good stress.
I think we need to do some more research. We're supposed to contact Dr. Smith in a couple of minutes.
I don't have time.
What do you mean?
I have to start exercising immediately. I don't want to be the kid to keep our school from becoming the Presidential Fitness Challenge champion school.
I'm glad that you're concerned, and that's why we need to remind everyone at school to do what they can to stay physically fit.
Which explains Bianca's flyers.
However, we need to do some more research before we put you through the paces of an established exercise program.
True. We need to learn more about bones. I know they're solid, but you never know.
Dr. Smith should be able to answer those questions. In fact, here he is now. Hi, Dr. Smith.
Hi. I hear you're learning about the body and its systems.
Yes, Dr. D told us that muscle and bone systems work together, so we figured we needed to learn more about bones.
Great idea. The muscles and bones work together so much that they're often called the musculoskeletal system.
Of course, musculo meaning muscle, and skeletal meaning bones.
So what is a bone?
A bone is a type of organ in your body that serves many important functions.
I read that there are 206 bones in the human body, and that each bone has a specific purpose.
That's right. Many bones protect other organs. For example, the skull protects the brain. A flexible spine encloses and protects the spinal cord, and the rib cage surrounds the lungs, heart, and other internal organs. Some bones help with movement. People's arms and legs contain some of the longest and strongest bones in the body.
Wow. I didn't know that bones had so many different purposes. So how do muscles and bones work as a system?
The bones are connected across joints by tough, fibrous ligaments. Muscles, which are usually attached to bones by tendons, make movement possible and also help to support the body.
Other than supporting and helping our bodies move, do bones do anything else?
Absolutely. Bones contain bone marrow where red blood cells are made. Bones also store minerals and regulate calcium distribution between bones and other tissues.
I've heard of calcium and that it's important to bones, but I'm not sure how.
Well, without calcium, our bones would be too soft and flexible to support our bodies against gravity. An inadequate supply of calcium in the diet over a lifetime is believed to contribute to the development of a disease called osteoporosis.
What's osteoporosis?
It's a condition that usually occurs later in life, in which bones are weak and more likely to fracture.
If it happens to adults, should kids be worried about it now?
Absolutely. Children and teenagers can help prevent osteoporosis later in life by including enough calcium in their diets and by getting plenty of physical exercise.
Why is it so important?
By the time you're 20, almost all the bone you'll ever have will be formed. If you haven't formed enough by then, you're much more likely to have problems as you get older.
So how can physical activity help?
Dr. Hagen told you that your muscles need good stress, and good stress comes from physical activity.
How does physical activity help your bones?
Bone is a living tissue that responds to physical activity and use. The body builds bone based on its needs.
So the more physical activity we have, the more bone our body will build.
That's correct. Even after bones stop growing, they still need physical stress to maintain thickness and strength.
I never realized how important physical activity is.
Yes, and especially if you want to be one of the next generation space explorers.
Why do astronauts need to worry about their muscles and bones?
During spaceflight, bones don't have to work against the force of gravity. The lack of resistant force causes astronauts to lose bone density, muscle size, and strength. While this may not affect their performance in space, it can make astronauts too weak to carry out routine tasks when they return to the full force of Earth's gravity.
So how do they keep their bones healthy in space?
Before a mission, astronauts exercise daily and eat a healthy diet to make sure their bones and muscles are in the best shape possible. Once in space, they work to maintain healthy bones and muscles by eating a carefully balanced diet and doing resistance exercises, such as rowing or using a special exercise device that allows them to lift weights, even in a reduced gravity environment. Once back on Earth, they do rehabilitation exercises to help rebuild any bone or muscle loss.
Sounds like NASA makes sure that astronauts are always in good health.
Yes, and as we go back to explore the moon and on to Mars and beyond, the health of the astronaut will be even more critical to maintain mission success.
I guess if our generation's got to be the one to explore Mars, I guess we better get physically fit.
Right, and that's why it's great to participate in the President's Fitness Challenge.
Yes, and even if you aren't going to be a space explorer, physical activity and a healthy diet will help you live a much healthier life.
Thanks, Dr. Smith.
Is it okay to count all this walking and passing out flyers as part of my workout? I'm feeling pretty good.
Well, it is physical activity, and you're helping get the word out about the importance of being physically fit.
Speaking of physical fitness, I wonder how the Kids Club members in Scotland are coming along with the challenge with Schultz Middle School.
I'm not sure, but I did see the Harris Academy in Dundee is doing an experiment on chicken bones.
Chicken bones? So what are they doing with chicken bones?
They're decalcifying them.
Let's see. I learned in English class that D means to reverse or remove something, and calcifying sounds like calcium. So are they taking the calcium out of the chicken bones?
Exactly.
I wonder how they're doing that.
Let's find out.
Okay, but first I'm gonna try a few push-ups. Tell me when you make contact.
I was waiting until you got to 5.
And 5. Go ahead and dial them up. It'll be good for them to see me stretching.
You're too funny. Here they are now. Hi, we're the Treehouse Detectives. We were reading about your experiment on chicken bones.
Hi, I'm Adam, and this is Anna, and we're in Mr. Shan's class at the Harris Academy, Dundee, Scotland.
Can you tell us about your experiment to decalcify chicken bones?
We learned that our bones get their strength from a hard outer covering which contains the mineral calcium carbonate.
The calcium keeps our bones stiff and rigid. We wanted to know what happens when you don't get enough calcium in your diet.
And we know that we lose calcium from our bones over time and has to be replaced daily.
We decided that the problem should be, how does the loss of calcium affect
bone strength?
How did you make the chicken bones lose calcium?
We did some research and learned that vinegar is an acid that slowly over time dissolves the calcium in bones.
And what was your hypothesis?
After doing some more research, the hypothesis was, the more calcium a bone loses by being soaked in vinegar, then the weaker it will be and the more it will bend.
To test our hypothesis, we determined our variables and made sure to have a control experiment.
We know that it's important to test one variable at a time, and that a control is a standard for comparison. So how did you set up your experiment?
We got 4 similar chicken bones that were also all about the same thickness.
For our control, we put one bone in a jar and covered it with water. For the other 3 bones, we placed each of them in a jar filled with vinegar.
We then sealed each jar with a lid and let them sit. After 2 weeks, we opened jar 2, rinsed off the bone, and tested its strength.
And what did you find?
We used a protractor to measure how much it bent, and it bent about 15 degrees.
We next took out the control bone to see how much it bent, but it didn't bend at all.
After another week, we opened jar 3 and measured how much that bone bent.
It bent even more, about 40 degrees, but the control bone was still rigid.
What about the third bone?
We just opened it a few minutes ago, and we're ready to measure it right now.
It looks like it bends about 90 degrees. That's quite a lot.
So it looks like you've accepted your hypothesis.
Maybe, but we still need to do a few more trials and collect data from the other groups in the class and graph the results before we draw any conclusions.
The more data you collect, the more reliable your conclusions.
Exactly. We've learned that in our research too. Thanks for sharing your experiment with us.
You're welcome.
And good luck with your research.
That was quite an experiment.
Yes. And now I know I have to make sure that I get calcium every day. I'm getting hungry. How about getting something to eat?
Didn't you eat breakfast? Remember, Dr. Smith did mention the importance of good nutrition. So what have you eaten today?
I don't like where this is going.
Don't worry, we just need to go to the problem board.
I can do the problem board. So what do we know?
We know that there are different kinds of muscles and bones, and that they need proper nutrition and good stress.
Right. And don't forget calcium. We also know that bones are attached to muscles, making up a system. So what do we need to know?
I think we need to learn more about nutrition.
You're not saying I can't have ice cream, are you?
Ice cream does have calcium, but you might try frozen yogurt instead. But I really think we need to do some more research.
Okay, so where do we go?
Let's talk with the doctor.
I should have asked my doctor when I was there.
No, not your doctor. Let's talk with the doctor for the United States.
Wow. Does the United States even have an official... Do you think we can really meet with the U.S. Surgeon General?
I'm going to D.C. this weekend. If the Surgeon General's available, maybe we can meet.
This is big. It isn't every day you get to meet the Surgeon General. Okay, back to push-ups.
When you're finished, don't forget to visit the NASA Sci-Fi's website to download a log to track your progress.
You can find all kinds of cool tools for research on the NASA Sci-Fi's website. Really cool tools.
I'm here in Washington, D.C., our nation's capital, to meet Vice Admiral Richard Carmona, the U.S. Surgeon General. Are some nutrients more important than others?
All nutrients are equally important because your body needs them for best performance.
We learned about muscles and bones and how important physical activity is to keep them healthy. We also learned about good nutrition, and it seems pretty important also. But we're not sure exactly what nutrition is.
Nutrition is the process of taking in food and nutrients so the body can use them for fuel and building new cells. It's a three-part process.
Let me guess. The first part would be eating or drinking.
Bianca, you got it right. And the second part is digestion, where we take those foods and break them down into the essential nutrients.
What are nutrients?
Nutrients are substances that are very important to the body. We get them in the food we eat. You probably know them as proteins and fats and carbohydrates and vitamins and minerals. But they're real important for us to be able to grow and be strong.
Are some nutrients more important than others?
All nutrients are equally important because your body needs them for best performance. For example, proteins and fats and carbohydrates. Those are known as macronutrients because usually you consume them in larger quantities.
What about vitamins?
Vitamins are very important nutrients that we take in from the foods that we eat because the body can't make vitamins. Vitamins are essential molecules, chemicals in your body that help with a host of other chemical reactions that take place.
So where do we get vitamins?
Vitamins come from your food.
We've learned a little about calcium. Isn't that a mineral?
Calcium is a mineral. In fact, it is the most abundant mineral in your body. It makes your bones strong, but it also helps with your muscle activity and the nervous system as well.
Okay, so what's the third part of the process?
The third part is when your body actually takes all those nutrients and uses them throughout the body for fuel.
The body sure is complicated.
It sure is, but as long as we put the right things in our body will know what to do, and we've got to make sure we get enough water also.
Water? I never thought of water as being important to my body.
The water is very important to your body. About 2/3 of your body is made up of water. Every cell in your body has water, and you need water to transport nutrients as well as eliminate waste.
Wow, it is pretty important. But how much water should we drink?
Well, Bianca, on a daily basis, the average person loses about 3 liters of fluid, so you have to replace that. What you commonly hear is about 6 to 8 glasses a day, but you really need to adjust that based on your activity.
The human body is amazing. I think we need to learn more about nutrients and what foods are healthy choices.
I think that would be a good idea, and I've got just the right person for you. Dr. Joanne Lupton at Texas A&M University. And she was instrumental as a partner with the Department of Health and Human Services and the Department of Agriculture in developing the new food guide pyramid and dietary guidelines for 2005.
There's a new food guide pyramid?
Yes, there is, and you're going to find it very helpful. I'm going to email Dr. Lupton and let her know you will be contacting her.
Thanks, Dr. Carmona. This information has been most helpful.
Well, you're quite welcome, but I need your help. I need you to spread the word about all of this information to all of your friends in school and all of our future astronauts. This is the year of the healthy child. It's real important that we get the message out about eating healthy, about physical activity. All Americans need to know this, but especially our kids.
You can count on the Treehouse Detectives.
So this is it. This is Dr. D's lab. We've done a lot of research right here.
Wow. I've always wanted to do research with Dr. D and the Treehouse Detectives. It all really happens right here?
Exactly. Hopefully Dr. D can help us with nutrition, if we ask nicely.
Hi, guys. I understand that you're ready to learn more about nutrition.
That's right. How did you know?
It's okay, RJ. After reading all your reports on the internet, I've decided to get a jump on the research and email Dr. D and ask him to help us.
You're gonna make a great Treehouse Detective.
Yes, and after I read Blake's email, I think I know just what you need to learn about next. Calories.
I've heard of calories, but what are they?
A calories unit is measured that tells us the amount of energy that is stored in food. But it's easier to show you. We'll do an experiment in which we burn food.
Why are you gonna burn food, Dr. D?
Food has energy, and a calorie is the amount of energy that it takes to raise the temperature of 1 gram of water by 1 degree Celsius.
Oh, I get it. We burn the food to see how much it raises the temperature of the water.
And that tells us how many calories of heat energy were produced.
Very good. You're probably wondering what burning food has to do with the energy that our body gets from food.
That did cross my mind.
Our bodies combine oxygen with the nutrients in food to produce carbon dioxide, water, and energy. This process is called metabolism. Now, fire does the same thing, but metabolism is much slower and not nearly as hot.
Food labels mention calories. Are these the same calories that you are talking about?
Yes, but the calories on a food label are written with an uppercase C, representing kilocalories. So if it says 400 uppercase C calories, it is actually 400,000 calories.
So what's the experiment?
It involves burning pecans and round oat cereal.
Why'd you choose those?
Well, as you've already learned, carbohydrates, proteins, and fats are sources of energy for the body. Each of these contains a different amount of energy.
What do you mean?
Well, if you burn a gram of carbohydrate, it will release a different amount of energy than burning a gram of fat.
I think that the carbohydrate will release more energy than the fat.
Good guess. To find out, we'll burn this oat cereal, which is high in carbohydrates, and compare it with this pecan, which is high in fat. To control variables, we use the same mass of each.
I wouldn't think that one nut would produce so much energy.
We'll see. Let's use 50 grams of water, which is 50 milliliters. Let's put on our safety goggles and proceed with caution.
Let's check the beginning temperature of both cans, then we'll watch for the highest temperature after the burning stops.
And remember, in each case, the flames be the same distance from the container.
Wow. The water in the container above the pecan changed by 60 degrees.
That's a little more than twice the temperature change in the water above the cereal. Does that sound reasonable?
Actually, it's very close. 1 gram of fat has 2 1/4 times as many calories of energy as 1 gram of carbohydrate or protein.
I had no idea there's so much energy in food, and that every nutrient is different in the amount of energy it has.
And don't forget about nutrition. We still have to talk to Dr. Lupton.
Sounds like a plan. Good luck, guys.
Thanks, Dr. D. And as always, it's been awesome.
You're welcome, RJ. I'm glad you enjoyed it.
So what's up? Is RJ getting enough calories? Are the Treehouse Detectives eating a nutritious diet? Find out in the next exciting chapter of The Case of the Physical Fitness Challenge.
During the investigation, be sure to look for answers to the following questions. What's new about the new food guide pyramid? Why does your body need energy when it is resting? What type of research did the RRS Discovery perform? When you see this icon, the answer is near. Wow, I'm really out of breath. Doing this is a lot harder than it used to be.
Well, at least you're making progress.
I just hope that I'm eating enough. I know that food provides energy to do physical activities, and if I don't eat enough, then I'm bound to get tired.
How much food you need to eat depends on how much physical activity you get and also what kind of activities you do.
How much of a difference is there between activities?
I thought you'd ask me that question, so I brought a calorie chart with me.
What does it say about running?
The amount of calories burned also depends upon weight, so I'll give you the amount for your weight. In a half hour, running requires about 400 calories and jogging about 250.
How about walking?
That would be about 110 calories.
What other activities require a lot of calories?
You could try skipping rope or cross-country skiing.
I think I'll stick to jogging, but I need to figure out exactly how many calories I need. It's probably a lot.
Don't forget about nutrition.
Catherine's right. Can you name the 5 basic food groups?
5? I thought there were only 4.
We clearly need to do more research on nutrition.
Didn't Surgeon General Carmona mention speaking to someone about the food guide pyramid? Dr. Lupton of Texas A&M, I believe?
Yes, he did. In fact, I need to see if Dr. Lupton has responded to my email. She may be able to meet with Tony.
And I need to email the kids' club members and encourage them to work on nutrition as well as physical training.
You guys certainly are busy.
A Treehouse Detective's work is never done.
I'm here at Texas A&M University in College Station, Texas. Dr. Lupton has agreed to meet for lunch to talk about nutrition. We learned that nutrition is important for energy and healthy muscles and bones.
That's correct. Everything that we do depends upon the food you eat.
I was wondering, who needs to be more concerned about nutrition? Kids or adults?
Everyone needs to be concerned. When you were a baby, and now that you're still growing, your body needs lots of nutrients.
Dr. Carmona told us about the 5 major types of nutrients. What exactly are we supposed to eat?
I thought you might ask that.
Dr. Carmona said that there was a new food guide pyramid. What's new about it?
Several things. First, you'll notice that there are 6 color bands forming a triangle. 1 band for each of the 5 food groups and a small one for fats. Second are the steps up the side to remind us to be physically active every day. And the person walking up the steps reminds you that it's up to you. It's personal.
So it really is my food pyramid?
Yes, it is. And if you put in your age, your gender, and your level of activity, it will give you an overall food plan.
My plan says that I need 2,800 calories per day. We learned from Dr. D that the energy stored in food is usually measured in calories.
That's correct. And you need to spend those calories on nutritious foods so that the body gets all the nutrients that it needs.
And now we learn which foods are nutritious?
Right. Do you remember what we ate for lunch today? We ate foods from each one of the 5 food groups: grains, vegetables, fruits, milk, and meat and beans. Each group should be eaten as recommended.
My plan says that I should eat 10 ounces of grains. What exactly is a grain?
It's any food made from wheat, rice, oats, cornmeal, barley, or another cereal grain.
There are a lot of grains. Is there one type that's more nutritious than another?
The most important thing to remember about grains is that you should eat whole grains. And whole grains contain the entire grain kernel.
And the website has a chart telling you exactly how much an ounce of grains is. This is really cool. Now that I've got grains covered, what about fruits and vegetables?
Best rule of thumb is to eat a variety. Fruits can be fresh, frozen, or canned, but go easy on the fruit juices. And with vegetables, eat more dark green and orange veggies.
My mom says that low-fat or fat-free milk is better for me.
That's true. And milk has calcium for your bones. But remember that you can also eat low-fat yogurt and cheeses. Again, variety is important.
I had a turkey sandwich for lunch. That counts as meat.
Yes, it does. When it comes to meat and beans, you should choose low-fat or lean meats and poultry. Bake it, broil it, or grill it, and vary your choices with more fish, beans, peas, nuts, and seeds. So getting your nutrition out of your foods is the best route.
Thanks, Dr. Lupton. I'll email the other treehouse detectives about checking out their own food pyramids.
This is a great flyer. This is exactly what we needed.
Thanks. Do you want to help me pass them out later?
Sure, anything to raise awareness. Otherwise, how are we going to get everyone in the school to become more physically fit?
Right. I'm hoping that if we can get enough students motivated, then we can become a Presidential Fitness Awards state champion school.
That would be awesome. Of course, we still don't know if RJ would get in shape in time. He had a rough workout earlier.
What happened?
He's been trying to do extra exercises to catch up, but he gets tired too easily.
I think he needs to come up with a new hypothesis. We learned that physical activity is only one part of being physically fit, and activity is supposed to be fun.
He did say he was trying to eat better.
Well, that's good. His diet hasn't been too nutritious. Let's go to the problem board and see what we should do next.
Great. My first problem board. What do we know?
Well, we know that 60 minutes of daily physical activity is very important.
And we know nutrition is key.
And Dr. Lupton explained that we need to spend our calories wisely on nutritious food. I was reading in my health book about something called BMR.
What's BMR?
I'm not sure, but it stands for basal metabolic rate. And it sounds like it might be pretty important when it comes to determining your daily calories. So maybe we should learn more about it.
Tony said in his report that Dr. Lupton suggested we contact Dr. Ted Mitchell. Maybe he can help us with BMR too.
Good idea. I wonder where he is.
I read on the website that he was the medical director of the Cooper Wellness Program at the Cooper Clinic in Dallas, Texas. He's also on the science board for the President's Council on Physical Fitness and Sports.
Great. Let's dial him up. Hi, Dr. Mitchell. Thanks for talking with us.
Hello. How can I help you?
We're learning what it takes to keep our bodies healthy and physically fit. Dr. Lupton showed us how to use the new food guide pyramid to determine how many daily calories we need.
I was reading in my health book about BMR, and I think it might have something to do with calories. We were wondering, what is BMR?
Well, I'm sure that you've learned that your body needs energy for doing physical activities like running or kicking a ball.
Yes, and we know that the amount of energy our bodies need depends on how active we are each day.
Well, that's correct. But the total energy that your body uses every day also includes the energy that it requires while it's at rest.
If the body's at rest, why does it need energy?
Well, even at rest, your body requires energy. It requires energy for all of its basic functions, for the cells, the organs, and the tissues, for the heartbeat, for the breathing, for the digestion. Even the brain needs energy at rest.
Energy for brain function? So, if you're a genius, your brain uses more energy than others?
Well, maybe. BMR is unique for each individual. Age, gender, and weight are a few of the factors that affect BMR, and also physical activity and muscle mass positively affect the BMR.
Why is it important to know your BMR?
Well, knowing your BMR allows you to more accurately calculate how many calories your body needs each day. And if you know your daily calorie intake, it's easier to maintain a constant weight.
How do you do that?
Well, it's simple. The number of calories that you use each day should equal the number of calories that you eat. If you eat more calories than you use, you gain weight. If you eat fewer, then you lose weight.
So BMR is like a general rate at which your body uses energy. And once you know your approximate BMR, all you need to know is your activity level.
Correct. And then you're ready to calculate the number of calories your body needs every day.
I hope it involves math and formulas.
It does, and it's a little complicated. So if you're a male, just put in the correct numbers and do the math.
I love calculations. Let's see. I weigh 42 kilograms. I am 160 centimeters tall. My age is 12, so I have a BMR of 1360.
Of course, there's a formula for girls as well. To calculate your own BMR, visit the NASA Sci-Files website.
Finally, multiply your BMR by your energy level to calculate your daily calorie needs.
Looks like I'm medium, so I would need to multiply by 1.7. That means I need 2,312 calories.
Very good. You might also want to calculate your BMI.
BMI, isn't that part of the Presidential Fitness Challenge?
Yes, it is. It stands for Body Mass Index. You see, when you step on the bathroom scales, the number you see isn't necessarily how healthy you are. BMI shows at a glance whether extra pounds translate into health risks. But BMI isn't always accurate because it doesn't reflect muscle mass.
I read in my health book that muscle mass weighs more.
That's right. As you can see, 5 pounds of fat takes up a lot more space in your body than 5 pounds of muscle.
So how do you find your BMI?
Visit the President's Challenge website and use our BMI calculator.
So what does our BMI tell us?
Well, it expresses the relationship between weight and height. The higher the number, the greater the risk for developing certain types of health problems.
Thanks, Dr. Mitchell. You've certainly given us a lot of information.
Well, you're welcome. And call again if you have any questions.
We will. Bye. Now we need to update everyone on our progress. It's important to be prepared.
Have you heard anything from the Kids Club members in Scotland?
They mentioned visiting the Discovery Museum in Dundee. One of the astronauts recommended they check it out.
That's where the RRS Discovery is on display. Did you know that the space shuttle was named after their ship?
No. How did you know that?
Research.
I should have known.
We're really excited about our progress. In fact, while running with the astronauts the other day, we discussed going to the Discovery Point Antarctic Museum here in Dundee. I'm meeting with Miss Gilpolter there this afternoon.
The RRS Discovery was one of the last wooden three-masted ships built in Britain, and she was built right here in Dundee. She was also the first to be constructed specifically for scientific research.
What kind of research was she built to do?
The ship was commissioned by the Royal Geographical Society to explore the Antarctic. At that time, Antarctica was still an unknown area, and Captain Scott and his crew were to explore the region and bring back scientific information.
Antarctica has a really cold and harsh environment. Must have been difficult.
Yes, it was. In 1901, technology was not as advanced as it is today.
I guess that could have been a problem. If you don't have any information about the place you're going, you won't know what to bring.
That's correct. The more knowledge you have about an environment, the more successful the mission. For example, Captain Scott took a wind generator for electricity, but the wind was too powerful in Antarctica and it broke the second time he used it.
If he'd known it was that windy, he would have left it behind.
That's correct, and they could have used the space for supplies that might have proved more useful.
What supplies did they take?
They needed an extraordinary variety of equipment because once the expedition was in Antarctica, they could depend only on the equipment they'd brought with them.
Wow, I didn't think about that. I guess there weren't any grocer or hardware shops if you ran out of something.
They had to take it with them or do without. They took explosives, fireworks for signalling, cameras, medical supplies, clothing, scientific equipment, soap, oil lamps, tools, tons of food, and even a hot air balloon for surveying.
Wow, that's amazing. I never realized you had to take so much stuff.
The Discovery carried some 19,000 kilos of flour to bake bread and 15,800 kilos of meat, which was mainly tinned and not as nourishing as fresh.
Why tinned meat?
They couldn't preserve fresh food during the long sea voyage from Britain or for the 2 years in the Antarctic. To help, they took along 45 live sheep, which they slaughtered once they got to Antarctica.
Why didn't they just hunt for their meat?
In the winter, the largest animal in Antarctica is only the size of an insect, but in the summer months, the men were able to hunt seals and penguins for food, but at first they didn't like the taste.
We've learned how important it is for explorers to be healthy and physically fit. Did the men have any health problems on the expedition?
Yes, scurvy was a big health problem because its cause, lack of vitamin C, wasn't fully understood. It's a terrible disease that can cause internal bleeding, makes you weak, and have joint pain.
Sounds awful. Wasn't there anything they could do to prevent it?
They should have brought more citrus fruits, which contain vitamin C.
Sounds like they learned a lot from this expedition.
Yes, we learned valuable lessons from the past. Future explorations have a wealth of history to draw on to make sure the mistakes are not repeated. Today's explorers are much better equipped and safer than ever before.
I wonder what NASA is doing to plan for exploring the Moon, Mars, and even beyond.
Good question. The astronauts will be here this afternoon. I'm sure they'll be happy to answer that question for the Kids Club members. Come on.
No wonder the astronauts are so concerned about getting and staying in shape. I'd better email the Treehouse detectives and the kids at Schultz Middle School. Maybe they have some questions for the astronauts as well.
So what's up? Have the Treehouse detectives figured out what is wrong with RJ? Do you think they will win the Presidential Award for Physical Fitness? Are lessons from the past the key to future explorations? Find out in the final chapter of The Case of the Physical Fitness Challenge.
During the investigation, be sure to look for the answers to the following questions. What type of physical activity is good for the heart? What activities should kids do every day? When you see this icon, the answer is near. I'm not sure how much it counts, but informing the greater population of our school certainly qualifies as physical activity.
Education requires a lot of work and discipline.
I just hope we win. It would be nice to go out on top.
It's not that bad, is it, RJ?
Yes, it is that bad. Did you see Blake? Talk about a go-getter.
I think he got promoted to field general today in PE.
The kids at school seem to be responding well.
The difficult part is to become motivated to be physically active. Most people want to be in good shape, but they don't exactly know how to go about it.
I'm not exactly sure how to go about it either. Right now, I'm just trying to follow my old track and field warm-up workout. I came up with a new hypothesis, though.
What is it?
If you eat nutritious foods, get at least 60 minutes of physical activity each day, and then balance your calorie input and output, then you'll be physically fit.
It sounds like you're on the right track, but I think we need some help here setting up a new routine.
Isn't Bianca trying to meet with some people on the President's Fitness Council?
I'll check my email.
There has to be more to this. I mean, a track and field exercise program can't be the only way to work out.
Plus, there's lots of ways to be physically active.
Hey, you guys, we might have the answer. Bianca talked to someone at the President's Council, and they directed her to Mr. Lynn Swan.
That's funny. That's the name of one of the greatest Pittsburgh Steelers wide receivers to ever play football.
I wonder if it's the real Lynn Swan.
You guys, she is meeting with Mr. Lynn Swan, former Pittsburgh Steeler.
Quick, send her an email. I would love to get an autograph. Tell her to have him sign her get up and go sheet.
Okay, I'm writing.
I'm here at Swickley Academy's Nichols Field to meet Mr. Lynn Swan, sports commentator for ABC and chairman of the President's Council on Physical Fitness in Sports. I can't wait to meet him and learn more about how to keep active and physically fit.
Good throw.
Thanks. I've been working on my muscle strength and endurance by doing some weight training.
Well, Bianca, it's important to have a variety of exercises and physical activity, like swimming, running, and, of course, football.
When you play football, did you have to have a specific routine or do certain physical activities to keep your muscles and bones strong?
Yes, professional athletes have to stay in top condition.
How did you do that?
Well, I work with a trainer who helped me establish a routine and a schedule to meet my fitness goals.
What about kids? Do we need a specific fitness routine?
Well, not usually, unless, of course, you're training for a specific sport. The key here for kids is to get 60 minutes of activity each day in whatever activity or sport they consider to be fun.
I love to swim. Is that enough?
Well, swimming is great. Just remember that you should also participate in activities that will increase your aerobic endurance and muscular endurance, strength and flexibility, and help you maintain a healthy body composition, which is, of course, the proper balance of fat and muscle. By trying new activities, we learn new skills, and that can be fun and challenging.
That makes sense. If you enjoy the activity, you're more likely to be physically active all your life.
Yes, And it's also important to remember to be absolutely safe when you do a variety of activities.
I hadn't thought about that. Do you mean like wearing your helmet when you ride your bike or skateboard?
Oh, absolutely. And follow the traffic signs and rules when you're walking, riding, running, skating, or even skiing.
That's all good advice. Anything else?
Yes, make sure that you warm up before and cool down after any strenuous activity or sport.
More good advice. You must think that it's really important for kids to be physically active.
Yes, that's why I wanted to be involved with the President's Council. You know, ever since the President appointed me, I've had the chance to talk to kids and adults about the importance of physical activity and how important it is to the body, the mind, and the spirit.
We're really excited about our upcoming testing for the Presidential Physical Fitness Award.
That's great, but don't forget there are 3 other presidential programs that you can attempt.
I think Catherine is participating in the Presidential Champions program. She's very active in all her sports.
Well, that's great, because in that program, you earn points towards gold medals, silver, or bronze based on the amount of energy you burn. For example, running and walking are great activities, but running requires more energy than walking, so you get more points if you're running.
How many points do you need to earn a medal?
Well, for the gold medal, you need 80,000 points. For the silver, 45,000, and for the bronze, you only need to get 20,000 points.
What other programs are there?
Well, there's a Presidential Active Lifestyle Award. For that one, you commit to 60 minutes of activity 5 days a week for 6 weeks. There's also the Health Fitness Award. To earn that, you achieve healthy levels of physical fitness based on health criteria and standards posted on the President's Challenge website.
Wow, I didn't know there were so many individual programs. We're working to make our school a state champion school.
Well, that's great. I hope you succeed. But you can also be a model school or a physical activity fitness demonstration center. Be sure to let everyone know that all students can participate, including students with disabilities.
Thanks, Mr. Swan.
Hi, Blake. Do you want to run sprints with me?
No, thanks. I did some walking earlier, and I think I'm gonna go for a swim later in the afternoon.
Well, at least you sound active.
Yes. I was thrilled about Bianca's report from a meeting with Mr. Swan. I used to think I had to have a grueling workout, kind of an Ironman workout for 5th graders.
Sort of an Iron Kid situation.
Right, and I was overwhelmed. But now I'm taking a healthier approach, and I'm enjoying it more too.
That's because if you enjoy your activity, you're more likely to become active all your life.
That's interesting. I was speaking with the Kids Club members in both Houston and Scotland, and they were reaching the same conclusions. In fact, the Kids Club members in Scotland were hoping to speak with an astronaut later to learn more.
That's great. I hope they learn more about being a space explorer. Because if we go to Mars someday, I want to make sure that I can measure up.
So are you going to do some more sprints?
No, I think I'll just go swimming with you, if you don't mind.
Sure.
When we travel to Mars, how will astronauts prepare for the long trip?
Researchers at NASA are conducting a number of experiments to make sure we astronauts are well prepared for long-duration space exploration. Everyone at NASA wants to make sure astronauts stay healthy during space travel.
Treehouse detectives learned from Dr. Hagen that astronauts lose some muscle mass while in space.
Yes, Katie. Data from multiple NASA space missions have made it clear that low gravity creates changes in our muscles and bones. With the analysis of astronauts' blood and urine samples while in space, researchers can experiment with countermeasures.
What kind of countermeasures?
Some countermeasures are nutrition and exercise. By studying how countermeasures affect the loss of muscle mass, researchers can help to extend the length of time for space travel.
What about your bones in space?
Good question, Louise. There are also experiments being conducted for bone. For example, there's a new device being developed at NASA Johnson Space Center called the Advanced Resistive Exercise Device, or ARED for short.
I remember reading about the importance of resistive exercise in the Treehouse Detectives report with Dr. Amonette.
Exactly, Katie. The ARED offers the kind of resistance necessary for this exercise, and it will help keep the astronauts in shape.
What about nutrition in space?
In space, astronauts burn just as many calories as they do on Earth. However, sometimes their sense of taste changes, and they may not be as hungry. Being sure that they eat enough to stay healthy is even more important.
How do you make sure astronauts stay healthy in space?
NASA provides and monitors our diet for balanced nutrition before, during, and after space flights.
I found out how important vitamin C was to prevent scurvy. Does NASA make sure that astronauts get enough vitamin C?
Yes, Katie. Our astronaut menus are planned so that all the necessary vitamins, minerals, and nutrients are present.
NASA really makes sure that astronauts are healthy and stay that way both on Earth and in space.
Well, speaking of staying healthy, Christopher, tell us about your progress with the challenge.
Dear RJ, the astronauts were very helpful, and thanks for sharing all of your research with us. Now we really feel like we know what we're doing. Everyone in Houston seems to be doing well too. Keep us posted on your progress, and good luck.
It's great to see kids so excited about fitness and nutrition. So I was thrilled when the Treehouse detectives stopped by the lab to share the results of their investigation.
We're putting together our health and fitness presentation for our school, and we wanted to talk to you about it.
After all our research, we think we know the most important part of getting in shape. We just wanted to see if you had any suggestions.
Tell me what you have.
When you're young, it's important to be physically active at least 60 minutes a day.
We found that it's good to have a goal, such as the President's Fitness Challenge, to keep you motivated.
And you have to apply the principle of good stress to increase muscle and bone strength and muscle endurance.
That's right. Healthy muscles and bones are an important part of being physically fit.
So far, so good. Don't forget to mention that it's important to pick physical activities that are fun. It's easier if you like what you're doing.
I was really impressed with the importance of proper nutrition.
We get our energy from food and measure it in calories.
It's important to take in only as many calories as the body needs for its basic needs and for physical activity, but it's also important to make proper choices.
The food guide pyramid helps you make sure that your body gets the proper nutrients it needs, such as carbohydrates, proteins, fats, vitamins, and minerals.
You probably ought to close by emphasizing that being active and eating right can lead to a long, healthy life.
That's good, Dr. D. And we can't forget all we've learned about how NASA is preparing for long-duration space exploration.
After all, we are the next generation of explorers. I just may walk on Mars someday.
And of course, we have to be sensible in our plan. Warm up before and cool down after strenuous exercise. And pay attention to safety rules.
Think that it is also important to participate in a variety of different activities.
You're right on track, Dr. D.
And I hope that the students will get as excited about keeping fit as we are.
If you tell them how eating right and being physically active has personally helped you, it's even better than just reporting on research. Your excitement will also help motivate them.
That's excellent advice. Thanks, Dr. D.
Thanks.
Along with Schultz Middle School in Waller, Texas, and the Kids Club members in Scotland, we all got more involved with health and nutrition. Our school did become a presidential fitness champion school, and we all changed the way we live to live healthier. And, best of all, we're having fun.
Stay in shape, you gotta exercise.
Be fit, never stop, do the hip, to the hot, to the top, gonna make your body rock. Like a race, gotta keep your pace.
It's a fitness challenge, get on your case.
Get moving, let your body start grooving.
You can do it, now let's prove it. Hypothesize.
Eat well and exercise.
You don't need another side of fries. Eat fries. Eat fries.
You wanna feel your best, check your body mass.
You can pass the test, you can lead a rich life.
You don't need to be wealthy, a daily workout can keep your heart healthy.
Don't fear it, for your mind, clear
Lose
it.
stress in your body and spirit. Get straight, motivate productivity.
Feel the power of activity.
I guarantee you're gonna like how you feel.
Put hypnosis into fitness, that's keeping it real. Hey, yeah, yeah. If you want to explore the solar system. Hey, yeah, yeah. You gotta be fly in physical condition. Eat right, then let your body be the witness. Get tight, get right. Put a hypnosis into fitness. Get your heart beating.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the LaVergne Board of Zoning Appeals, August the 29th at 5:30 p.m. We do have a quorum, which is good. If you could review the minutes from June 27th, 2023 regular meeting and make any changes you may wish or make a recommendation.
Make our recommendations to approve the minutes as submitted.
Have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Minutes approved. New business. A request for special exception to allow a daycare centre properly located at 200 Kirkside Drive, tax map 14G, parcel 18, R3 High Density Residential Zone District, property owned by Dionia Fairbanks Duskin. Mr. Logan, give me a report, please.
Thank you. This applicant is proposing to operate an in-home daycare at 200 Kirkside Drive. And this is a corner lot at Nixon and Kirkside Drives. The subject property is zoned R3. And per Article 2, definitions in the city zoning ordinance, home daycare is defined as any place, home, or institution that receives between 5 and 12 young children for less than 24 hours a day, conducted for cultivating the normal aptitude for exercise, play, observation, initiation, and construction. Homes having fewer than 5 children shall be considered an accessory use. So also, according to the zoning ordinance, this request is considered a special exception, and it's allowed in the R1, R2, and R3 districts. Thus, the applicant's asking the Board of Zoning Appeals for approval to operate this home daycare at 200 Kirkside Drive. The size of this lot is 0.18 acres. There is a section of the zoning ordinance that talks about 0.50 acres. So that's one thing that I advised the chairman on tonight that they may or may not want to discuss, but it doesn't necessarily apply to residential lots, but it would definitely apply to commercial zoned lots. So the BOZA just needs to decide about that half-acre regulation in the zoning ordinance. There has been a sign posted for nearly 4 weeks at this time, and staff has not received any phone calls about the request. And on the screen, you can see the home. So again, this is at the corner of Nixon Way and Kirkside Drive. And first thing you probably noticed is this home is much larger than the surrounding homes. And it is a corner lot as well, so sometimes the corner lots end up being larger than some of the other lots as well. So, and then zooming out, you can see right in the middle, near the middle of the image, is where this home is located. So Nixon Way runs east and west across the screen. And then Holland Ridge Road is over here to the left. Zoning map, this dark color, dark green, is for R3 zoning. And of course, that's high density. And R3 in LaVergne currently allows single-family dwellings. So this is a single-family dwelling, as are the neighboring properties. I want to point that out because there are a lot of attached and multifamily dwellings. When you think of R3, you might not think immediately of single family, but this is a single family house. And this is the plot plan that shows the layout of the yard and the surrounding streets and the footprint of the house. That was this was provided in the packet, of course. And the applicant also provided a floor plan of the home, which you can see on the screen here. And is a 3-bedroom house, of course, a front-loaded garage, and then the driveway that leads back to And then, of course, the application is also in the packet. And I believe that covers everything for now. So that completes the report. Thanks.
Do we have an applicant here this evening? If you would please stand up and step to the podium, please, and raise your right hand. Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, my name is Deanna Elise Fairbanks Duskin. My address is 200 Kirkside Drive, and that's LaVergne, Tennessee, 37086.
Thank you. Any questions from the board members regarding this application? So I'll have a couple of questions. So obviously our regulations require that all state of Tennessee regulations are met. Have you got those together with the state of Tennessee, or how is that coming along?
So that's the process that I had been working through when I made my way to the codes office and to obtain the use and occupancy permit. So right now that's kind of where I've been frozen, and after that I have a couple of inspections that would need to be done to complete the process, but all of the preliminary steps and required trainings and orientations with the Department of Human Services has been completed.
Thank you. Any other questions for the board members?
I forgot to mention something in the report. I know when we met a few weeks back and the state had already done their inspection, how many, just talk a little bit about like how many children they approved the structure for, that kind of thing.
Yes, sir. So they have a formula that they go by based on the square footage of your home, and of course there's a cap for residential homes, period, with how many children you can keep. But within those specifications, the DHS worker who was my assigned program evaluator came out and measured the rooms that I planned on using for child care, and they approved me to have a maximum of 12 children during the daytime hours, plus an additional 3 school agers for, if I wanted to do an after-school care type of program in addition. So a total of 15, but actually 12 during the bulk of the day, and then an additional 3 school agers.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks for doing that. I thought that might work.
Good
Thank
point.
you.
Any other questions, gentlemen? With that, I'll take a recommendation for the application.
Take a motion to approve.
Motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second. Those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Appreciate it. Congratulations. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
With that,
Thank
no
you,
other business. We'll call the meeting adjourned. Thank you, gentlemen.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the LaVergne Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee meeting. Today is September the 18th, 2023. We do have a quorum, and I call this meeting to order. The first order of business is I need a motion and a second to approve the minutes from our last meeting.
Motion to approve.
Second. I have a motion from Laura and a second from Rick. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, we'll just dive right in. And, of course, I'll take the helm on this one and blame the weather on David. So we'll talk about Fall Festival.
Well, be honest with you, I thought we were going to skate by earlier in the week, and the closer it got to Saturday, the worse it got. And then Saturday morning, I get up and I look at it, and it's 40% chance of rain, and my wife says, "Oh no, it's 60% chance of sun." But by the time 8:30 came around, it was pouring down rain. We canceled the parade at 8:30. In my mind, that was a good call because it rained all the way up, nonstop, probably until opening remarks at 11, and then it was hit or miss the rest of the day. I don't know what else to say. I feel bad for the community. I really feel bad for our staff because so much planning goes into it, and we had a good plan going into it. Parade lineup, vendors. Vendors still came out. We didn't run the vendors off. We let them decide on their own. People still came out. It looked like they enjoyed themselves, even though we were snake bit with the weather. I mean, I don't know what else to say.
I wrote about it on social media about, first of all, you can't control Mother Nature. The good thing is I try to find the brighter side is we definitely needed the rain. It was a slow soaking rain that we desperately needed. It was unfortunate, but like you, I watched the weather and I thought, man, it's not rained in 2 weeks and now it's going to rain. But the little bit of time that I got to spend up there, the people that were there were having a good time, good food. They were buying products from the vendors, and the little train was moving around, and I know your granddaughter and you had fun. So much fun. I guess, and I did get some phone calls about why don't we postpone it, and of course my answer was when you've got a big event like this, a week is just simply not enough to put things together. But I also wrote about our parks department. Man, you guys worked hard. David, Andrew, Kathy, Sheila, all your park people worked hard to put it together, and unfortunately, but again, on the lighter side, anybody that attended it a couple years ago, when we had the monsoon hit, and the tents that were out in front were on the football field. So, but does anybody want to talk about it?
I went. My granddaughter went. We participated and supported our vendors, and rain or shine.
Yeah.
And it was still a great event.
Well, when I went, I told my granddaughter, I go, we're just going to drive over there and see what it looks like and how, if it's going to look like, you know, it's not going to rain too much. And we drove around, we came, and there's a lot of vendors still there, a lot of tents up, and I'm like, you know what? And then I saw the horses. And that's when my granddaughter said, oh, the horses. So I parked, and we stayed for a good hour and a half, and it was just drizzling. Nothing, you know, we're not going to die from the rain. And great time, great time. I could just see how spectacular it would be had it not rained, right? Because it was a lot of fun. And, I mean, she made the slime for free. She did the face paint for free. The horses was free. And the animals that were like the goats and that bull, so cute. And we walked around, got cookies and just everything. It was a lot of fun. A lot of fun. And I went back the next day on Sunday to the park to take her, and there was a little bit of a naysayer there, and he likes the old name. You know, a lot of people are like really stuck with that name, the old timers. And I tried to explain to him, you know, the goodness of what we've got going on and how fun it was. And he said he went on Saturday, and just kind of did a quick run around. and left.
It's just a name.
It's just a name, yeah.
It's just a name.
And the Prince concert, I went to that too, and that was really fun. I enjoyed that a lot. Me and my son went to that. And then, but we only stayed a little while, but it was great. So that was fun.
I think it'd be safe to say that I'm probably the oldest old-timer that goes to that.
Yeah.
But you know, Sheila, I don't know if y'all got a chance. Sheila took me up and introduced me to the young lady that runs the entrepreneur kids. Man, she was so delightful to talk to, and how much she is behind those kids. And Sheila was trying to pin her down for more events, and apparently she's just simply not available. They are like all over the place trying to, at different events and stuff. So that's if it had been nice, I bet those kids would have
Made a lot, some money doing that. Yeah, because there was one girl that was saying how she was selling earrings, but they really didn't sell too much because there was not too many people coming to her booth. But she was excited to be there. That's for sure. She's very excited. So I think that was a good thing.
All right, I guess we will move on to the Goblins and Goodies. What is that?
Goblins and Goodies will be on October 21st. It is 2 to 4. We do have a few sign-ups. The Facebook event post will go out hopefully tomorrow. I didn't get to it today. And then, so from 2 to 4, you know, the booths going around, the trick-or-treating, the kids come dressed up, get their candy as businesses pass it out with their flyers. The two of my 3 face painters said that they are available that day, so we'll hopefully be able to offer the face painting that day as well. And then at 5, we transition into the zombie night. So we'll have the dance off from 5 to 6, and then we'll go into the movie, which will be the Addams Family 2, and that'll start around 6:15-ish, somewhere around then.
You gonna put the big blow-up thing up, Andrew? And
That's the plan. Hopefully, you need to say a good word for the weather.
And I guess the most important question is who's going to be the DJ at the zombie dance?
Yes. We have a great DJ this year at the zombie dance. Vice Mayor Steve No has agreed to play the music for the dance-off. This is true.
You know the good.
I'll probably be playing them 60s music. As long as it's loud and it's music, man, they don't care. They just want to dance and have
Well,
fun.
I will volunteer to judge again.
Okay.
That was super cute.
Oh, that's
Those
right.
kids were fabulous.
I forgot about the judges. You done got them lined up?
I do not. So if any of y'all are available, we usually reach out to the Parks Board to
I'll
see if we
dip in.
can
I'll
find
jump
some
in.
judges.
Sure.
So
Rick,
Rick and
Jody?
Laura so far.
Judge? Yeah. Is that a Saturday or a Friday?
It is a Saturday.
Saturday.
Saturday,
Okay.
yes.
So just to clarify, you said October 21st from 2 to 4.
Correct.
And then you said the dance office is at 6:15.
At 5.
Oh.
At 5. So
it's not 2 to 4, it's 2 to 5?
Well, Goblins is kind of separate. So Goblins is 2 to 4, where they walk the trail. And then once we finish that, we'll go over, get set up for the zombie night. That'll be on the football field.
Okay.
And the dance-off will be at from 5 to 6.
Oh, that's...
And then once we do the prizes, we do first, second, and third for the dance-off. And then once that's done, 6:15, maybe to 6:30, the movie will start on the football field.
And do we know what movie that is?
It is the Addams Family 2.
All right. Yes, I can definitely judge.
Lord, let's hope for no wind.
Right.
Or rain.
Well, that's a given, but wind is the biggest nemesis.
Yeah, the
with that
inflatable
thing.
movie screen. And if there's any, the wind kind of messes with us on that one.
So in between the agenda items, I don't see the movie
Correct.
that we have coming up.
The movie will be at Roy Waldron at last Friday night of the month, September the 29th.
Yeah.
We'll be showing Clifford.
Oh.
And what time is that?
6:30.
At Roy Waldron.
At Roy Waldron, be inside the gymnasium.
And
our baseball softball league will be providing concessions that night.
Nice.
So families can bring out blankets, lawn chairs to the movie, just like they would outside, but it'll be indoors that night.
So I'm assuming you all got everything wrote up to post on social media and got ready for it to go out?
The movie?
Yeah.
The movie is already out there.
I mean, just the movie,
The Goblins, it's
everything.
written, it just has to get on social media. I didn't get to it today, so I'm hoping to get that on there tomorrow.
Well, that's got a little ways to go, but September 29th.
Yeah, and we've already got that one. We put that one on a couple weeks ago for the movie.
Hey, David, now that movie at Roy Waldron, it ain't gonna make no difference if it rains or not.
That's why we did it.
Right.
He was all over that, wasn't he? Huh?
That's why we did it.
This is our third
We're gonna win this one.
Yeah.
They're gonna win that one.
Well, there's an idea floating around that maybe we bounce around to different schools in the area, so each side of town has, the ability to come out to. Until we can figure out what we're gonna do with the press box to get something permanent there, we're gonna constantly fight the weather.
I'm glad that Roy Waldron is allowing you to do that. Is that the principal?
Yes, yeah. Which, the previous principal was real accommodating as well. They do have a new principal.
Okay.
So, it goes before the school board. So we turn the application in and then the school board votes on it. So we got the approval.
And just so everyone watching at home knows, these are all absolutely 100% free. There is no charge.
Correct.
Except for the concessions.
The concessions, but the
Concessions.
admission to the movie itself is free.
So come see me to get a hot dog.
All right, and the big one, Parade of Lights and Winter Festival.
That is scheduled for December 2nd. The Parade of Lights starts at City Hall at 5 p.m., ends at the park, pretty much the same setup as last year. Winter Festival is from 3 to 8. At the end of the parade, we'll do the tree lighting ceremony. Choir will sing. We'll have the snow rink open. We'll have vendors there as well. So we have not set a theme yet. So hopefully when we come back next month, we'll be able to tell you what the theme will be.
Do we have a date on the skate park, on the ice rink, skate rink?
We do. I don't know if we brought that with us.
Didn't.
Andrew may have it.
That's getting to be a pretty good turnout event.
Is that free?
Yeah.
We can get you those times and dates. I don't know if do you have them?
I'll give you kind of a tentative. It's not set in stone, but I believe we're going to start the Friday night before the Parade of Lights, which will be December 1st. Then we'll have it open December the 2nd and 3rd also. The 8th, 9th, and 10th of December, and the 16th and 17th of December. And the times we're working on those with staff, but that's the tentative dates we have planned right now.
And again, anybody watching at home, the skate rink is free with skates.
Yeah, we'd like to do another special needs day for a couple hours anyway, probably do that on a Sunday again. We did have a couple families come out and take advantage of that last year.
Now, when we get back to the park from the parade, are you got vendors, hot chocolate, coffee, whatever?
Yes. Yeah, the festival will be going on from 3 to 8. We'll have the pictures with Santa, the snow rink. We've got the popcorn vendor that was at Fall Festival has put us down for that date. Hot chocolate. What else did we have? Oh, and again, the tree lighting ceremony and the fireworks.
That brings up a good question. I don't want to just throw it out there. Do you think we could get some hot chocolate things made up and get some of the seniors to volunteer to give out hot chocolate, or is that something you thought about, or cookies? And I know it gets kind of cold. I understand that, but just.
Well, I've got several nonprofits that are looking for community service, if not, and like the Young Marines and maybe Club Knockout, or even some of the kids at the high school. Bridget Cole, I believe it's the beta.
She got the beta for me for the Fall Festival. She coordinated that on her end.
Yeah, we absolutely need to give these kids community service if we can. I'm sure there's a lot of things we could probably pull kids in for.
Yeah, I don't think setting up a tent, the seniors usually participate in that event anyway. I don't think setting up a tent would be an issue depending on what vendors we have, as long as there's no conflicting,
Right.
like somebody else selling hot chocolate. We don't want to knock them out of a sale being a vendor. But I don't know if we've even gotten that far yet.
Didn't they do that last year? Did they give out? They did do the cookies and hot chocolate last year, and then we had a popcorn vendor that actually sold out.
Can we get some hot coffee?
Not just.
I'm with you. So.
All right. And last but not least, soccer.
So the latest update is that we've sent all the RFP information to city administration, and they are actively working on it. So hopefully within the next week or two, we'll be able to bring something forward, I guess, before Bowman.
Excellent. I like that word, actively. So that's kind of, we're until that comes out, we're kind of at a standstill.
We're at a standstill. But
there's nothing.
Of course, I mean, we've had the fall festival, and Boma's went out on the retreat, so they've been busy also recently. So,
and I know there's at least 3 things they're working on for us: the RFP for the soccer league, the July 4th contract, fireworks contract, and the repaving of the walking trail at Veterans Park. And I'm sure there's other stuff, other departments have too. So with us not ever getting into a soccer league before, trying to go out to different cities and see what they have put out and pull all that information together and trying to put it into a uniform packet. But hopefully within the next, I don't know if within the next couple of weeks it'll be ready, then it'll go out probably for, 2 weeks or 3 weeks. I don't know what the time frame there is. I think as long as we still have something in place by December, I think we're still looking good for spring.
That was my next question. What kind of timeline do you think we're working on?
And I don't know how many people, how many organizations will put in for it. There may be other nonprofits out there that are looking to expand into soccer. There may be some that are already in soccer that want to come here. But I know Gift is pretty impressive. With that being said, we've still got to give everybody the same opportunity to
Absolutely.
apply.
All right, closing comments, Mr. Autry.
I'm good.
Holy smoke. Ms. Davidson.
Thank you for everything. We appreciate all your hard work.
Nothing more to say, but thank you, because the Fall Festival I know was a lot of work, and I'm so glad you guys continued on and not just canceled it. So, thank you.
Yeah, and as Laura said, thanks guys for everything. I know we always say it. I'm going to continue saying it. You guys are really stepping up to the plate. The next meeting is October the 16th, 2023. At what time, Sheila? 6 p.m., isn't it? Yeah, it's 6 p.m.
Is it going to rain that day?
So, with that, I'll close out the meeting. It's adjourned.
Bye.